And we're live. Okay. So, I spent like way too much time yesterday doing the auto complete thingamabobber default autocomplete, but we got it done. And yeah, so a little bit late today. My apologies. I'll probably stay later if I can. Let me check my calendar. Let's see. Yeah, I can stay a little bit later. Alright. So, chest is busted, 4 in a row is busted, PaintJob is busted. I think I fixed most of this. I think PaintJob is still busted for the config. And then after we fix that up, we're gonna go back, we're gonna finish adding the sounds, and then we're gonna try doing some of these other stuff. And then I'm not sure what else we need to do, but yeah, that's the plan for today. And then in 2 days, we get to work on the side project again, so I'm super excited about that. But yeah, and we're getting kind of close to the 5k subs, so I need to start preparing for, or not subs, you know, followers. So I need to start preparing for that too. Okay, so we've got this thingamabobber here. Oh, there's so much. Okay. Let's see, add sounds. Oh yeah, I also want to show this off. Once some more people come in, I'll show like some really common bug that has bit me before and is definitely going to show up if you're writing React, because you're going to write it, you're going to see someone write it at some point, and it's really easy to avoid. You just have to make sure that you're careful with it. And hi Isaac, how's it going? So just remind me and I'll explain this annoying zero that can sometimes show up and why it shows up. I also need to get like, I need to set up my stream deck so that I can actually push buttons on it and like, you know, feel like a streamer, you know, pushing stuff on a stream deck. Graham, howdy. How's it going? Okay, what I want to do first is get a commit in, I think. Looks like I already got the commit in. So now the next step is, well, let's get some stuff committed, or more stuff committed. Graham, hi. I'll just do this, I guess. Posture check? Okay. And now we go through all these thingamabobbers, doop-a-doop-a-doo. I also changed my keyboard. Well, not my keyboard, but I changed the repeat. So, your keyboard, if you're on Windows, you can change the repeat delay and the repeat rate. What's on the agenda today? This is on the agenda. So, we're gonna finish adding sounds for Dinomight. After we do that, we're gonna work on increasing the size of the map a tiny bit, see if it plays well. This one might be a little tricky. Typora for notes. That sounds like something that's not Notepad, Graham. I like my Notepad. I have tried multiple things. I've tried Quartz or whatever it's called, Slate, I don't know exactly. A Markdown editor? That sounds nice, actually. Especially because I basically like doing Markdown. I mean, I guess this isn't really Markdown. This would be like a bullet, but I don't want it to be a bullet. I want it to be more like a comments. Like double dash or something. I think that's maybe a... I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a line. It's beautiful? Okay, I'll take a look at it at some point. And I've tried Tick as well. I tried it for like half of a day. And then I was just like, nah, I don't really see myself using this. And it's bright. Ah, it's like looking into the sun. I wonder if there's like a way to make it dark mode. Oh, there is. Oh. Well, that's actually kind of nice now. But I like this whole method of having to... It's probably... Yeah, see that delay there? There's like a bit of a delay. I think that's why I don't like it. It just takes like half a second. And I think that's just a little bit too long for me. A quick screenshot of your stuff? Yeah, go for it. So after we increase the map size, we have not on the square you think you are. So this happens... I'm not sure why this happens. Or how this happens. I don't remember. There was something. It was like... I don't remember how to set it up, but there was some way where it makes it feel bad. Vim props and cons. Pros and cons. Vim Pro. It can be used on the command line. Vim Pro. It's been around for a long time. It's not going anywhere. Vim Pro. You look like cool hacker person when you're using it. Vim Pro. You can go pretty fast with it. Vim Cons. If you install a plugin for Vim on IntelliJ or IDEA or IntelliJ or VS Code or something, you may not get the entire Vim experience that you're used to on the command line, which isn't too much of a con. Another con is a really long learning curve and a lot of setup. And if you're trying to pair program with someone, or you're trying to like borrow someone's computer real fast to, you know, debug something, and you're using Vim and they don't know Vim, it's gonna be slow and be a bad time. These are from the same document. Switch between rendered and plain text mode with Control+. Oh, interesting. That's pretty good, actually. I like how you can go back into the plain text mode. This is pretty good. Make sure not to be silly too much. Not to be silly. I like silly. Silly is great. Very cool stuff. Assetto Corsa, isn't that racing game? Yeah, this one. That had like a super realistic car physics or something. Hi, Time Scrolls. How's it going? You race in a league every Saturday. That's pretty intense. Do you have like a whole setup with like the wheel and everything? Because I think that would be a cool way to play. Okay, ads. You have a whole setup? That's pretty cool. Like, that's pretty cool. Add sounds, effects. Files. There we go. VR and... Oh man, that's amazing. That's the way to do it. VR is super duper cool right now for things like racing games and things like the pilot thing, or, you know, the spaceship thing. It's really cool for that. But you have to have like a proper joystick. Like if you're doing the space stuff, you need like a 6-axis or something so that you really get into it. But that stuff is cool. I never had like a full setup. I just had, you know, the default stuff. So it was neat, but not as super cool as like a full setup. And as any... Oh no, PLZ. Okay. Check out Typora. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Object entries. Default stuff thingamabobbers. I think we can refactor this as any, and if we can, that's 2 as any's we can refactor. so in order to do that, we need like a typed key, which is gonna be key of default. Oh, fiddlesticks. It's gonna be key of this thing. Probably just do it this way. Key of type of default user achievement data. Oh, guess not. Oh, right, because it's type. Yeah. Okay, I got it. You lost a Bulby bot on chess. I'm sorry, Vicstar. The Bulby bot on chess is really hard. Don't worry, I'm gonna take Bulby bot out into the pasture and we're just gonna teach it a lesson. And it'll come back and be a little bit less good. Hi, Freezy. Good morning to ya. Have I ever done anything with Unity development? No, because I want TypeScript. I just want TypeScript. C# is really good. I love it a bunch, but I also really love TypeScript. I don't want to learn another thing right now. But Unity is super cool. I do want to learn it at some point if I do more of the game dev stuff. But I think the next step is I want to do 3JS fiber, like React 3 fiber. That's going to be super cool. And good afternoon, Steroid. How's it going? And Freezy, I don't remember if I said hello to you, but hello again if I didn't say it already. I think it's not happy because you can't assign this. Oh, it's just not happy because of this. Typed key. I did? Alright, well, you get 2 hellos. Now the problem with this is that it doesn't understand that value is guaranteed to be the correct thing here. I just need like a better type for object entries, and I think I have one. It's like typed entries or object entries or something in one of my types. I think extra types may be shared. No, not there. Maybe object details? No, maybe I don't have it. You were watching Automated build a game with it the other day? Ooh, that's really cool. Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I was thinking we can probably just make a game with this here, you know? Like, the Poimanders library is supposed to be super performant and have very low overhead. It's probably still not quite as fast as doing it the declarative way, but I suspect it's going to be really, really good. You're going to continue writing some JavaScript? I hope that JavaScript is TypeScript. I swear I wrote this. I don't want to write it again if I've already written the code, you know what I mean? Or what I might have done is I might have just like written the code and then deleted the code. Because I do that if I don't actually need it. Array utils, number utils, string utils, it wouldn't be there. Yeah, I must have deleted it. Okay. So if it's object entries, that means we're gonna need another one of these. Let's call it object utils because it works on an object. Export function. Object entries of type T. Has anyone tried doing grass in Unity's HDRP? Unity has so many systems. And it's just so dang cool. I feel like web dev, maybe like games and stuff, over the next 5-10 years could become super cool. And I'm excited for it. Because companies have been trying for a while. Remember when RuneScape tried to be HTML5? They were like ahead of their time or something, but unfortunately they were a little bit too early, I think. You need you to purchase additional optimizations? What? Interesting. So yeah, it's just gonna return object.entries of type obj as, and this is the kicker. This is what makes it actually work. A in p of t map to t bracket. Wait. Yeah. Okay, this will work. And then it's a list which is k followed by that, and then we want p of t. I think that's supposed to work. What did I do wrong here? Oh yeah, absolutely steroid. There's something that I'm super excited about, which is a relatively new announcement as of a few days ago, is that React 3 Fiber or 3JS is going to get it's like some kind of like a debugger or editor or something, which is super cool. I don't remember where it is exactly. It's probably not this. No, I don't think it's that. I can't remember what it's called. It's probably not this. I don't think it's this. I wish I had saved it. I saw it on Twitter the other day. Spline design? It might be this. I think it might have been this. I remember this. Wait, no. This might have been something else. Or no, it might have been this. I don't remember anymore. Click on open app. This is super cool. Oh, let me move this over. Oh, okay, thanks. Thanks, Google. I guess that's Firefox. What is my name? My name is Acorn. What will I use Spline for? I can't choose everything? It's gonna be everything. I'm gonna use it for work, hobby, fun, and education. Okay, fine. I guess I'm not sure. I guess I'm a developer? What describes me best? Oh, that's a tough one. I don't know. I guess we'll do this one. Have I used a 3D tool before? Not really. How did I hear about Spline? Twitch chat. There's no Twitch chat option. I guess we'll do Twitter. They'll never compete with Unreal, but you can get very far. Yeah. I mean, the thing that Unreal is really dropping the ball on is just a really, really good WebGL experience. That's incredible. That is incredible. You have to trust them that it runs in the browser in real time, but this is really cool. I'll go ahead and like that. Like, look at that. I can't even see the pixels. That's really cool. Yeah, this is neat. I want to make 2D games in 3JS as well, just because React 3 Fiber is just too good. I don't know what I'm doing here, but it's neat. Okay, let's see. So, K and key of T. Map to a list with K and TK and grab key of T. What's wrong with that? Oh. As unknown as. There we go. Yay. And now we have better object entries, which should actually do what I want it to. But we have to actually go over here first. I wonder if I can do something where I take object entries and then I do this with it and make it just get the better types. Hi Peter, how's it going? Okay, so in order to make this work, we need to be exactly this thing. Yeah, this is just so sad that it doesn't give a very good thing here, because you know what it's going to actually be. Let me show you what this is doing exactly. You were the one who started this? Started what? The whole 3JS is awesome thing? Oh, the as any task. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because that's what we're doing. Okay, yeah, you see this type here? It's gross. String, string number, you don't even know what it is. But with our extra type definition, which all it is just wrapping object entries, it doesn't work at all. Okay, but what? Oh. Oh yeah, that would break it. Because it needs to be T extends something which is any, I think, and this would be any. There we go. There. Okay. It's a lot better. And if I do this as const, it gets even better. So before, we had this. Even if I do as const, you don't get useful info. It's just some list with strings in it, and this is annoying because you have to cast as any all over the place as a result anytime you use object entries. And this is actually quite a lot. I have 66 times in my code where I use object entries. But if you do it this way, where all you do is use a generic like this, and you return this, you get much better typing of what's actually getting returned. So this is a bit gross though, because you'd have to do object entries instead. Hi GFem, welcome back. Glad to have you here. So how can we actually utilize this? What we can do is we can use a types file, like a .d.ts, to override this object constructor interface and extend it with slightly better types. And it will just magically work. And like, I'm not sure why it is the way that it is. because yeah, it would be so great to have a little bit better types here. You played Foony yesterday, an Uno game, after like 15 years of denial. Well, I'm glad you played. Did you have fun? A custom function for proper type inference and object entries. Maybe you are using a newer TypeScript version. What TypeScript version are you using? Maybe that's would fix it. Like if I update my TypeScript. I'm on 4.7.4. Was very relaxing. Glad to hear it. Let's see, how do I do this? I think site theme has an example for me. Minus the screaming. Yeah, that sounds very relaxing. This is what we're looking for. Declare module. This thingamabobber here. Now, I wonder if I can just specify, like, the one thing I care about. DDR when? We did DDR a while back, actually. Oh, yeah, you see that? It's overloaded. But, like, no matter what you do, this entries thing is not as great as this one. I think that might be why. I think maybe you were just using object entries. Maybe you specified like this one, you could pass it in as like what it actually is. Maybe. Often just the latest. Mine's pretty recent. I mean, we could go with like an even more recent one. This one here is really recent. Yeah, even this one here on the side project that we have, not good enough. And this is running probably like the latest version, probably. Or, well, a pretty recent one. I guess I could update it to 4.8.2. I separate services from my front end, so there's an API communication layer. I'm not quite sure what I don't know if I quite follow, Graham. Typically it's just, there's some API where I can communicate between the client and server and it's fully typed. And on the server side, it does type checking as well. And the way it works is that the API is present on every server, so the client goes through an ingress, and that ingress will route it to the lowest, like the best server, whether that's because it's got the lowest current, you know, usage on it, or because it's closer to the user or something. All your front ends call front end services. It's an API abstract. I'm not sure. It's not like they don't choose a particular server unless they're connected to it. It is load balancing, yeah. If you use 30,000 points 2 times in a row, will the timestamp band double as well? I think there's a limit. I think you can only do one song a day. I might increase it if the community wants. The community gets what they want. Hi, Profits. Welcome. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so object entries, it just doesn't give you the right types. Now, what if I do this? Let's say we have bar equals this as const. So we'll pass in this. Here's what the current one is, and if I say that it's type of bar, does it get any better? Oh no, it just totally breaks. That's cool. Alright, sure thing. I guess we can try it out. And thank you, Graham. Alright, so this doesn't work. Let's go back to the other one. So that's why we need this. But it's relatively simple. I think we just have to do this. Let me see what it returns. Now the question is that gonna work in every case? Like, do I need to still specify these? And what is the module for this anyways? It's this lib ES 2017 object DTS that I want to override. I can't be like the first person to want to do this. Like, surely this is a thing that other people override. Oh, here we go. Yeah. See? More powerful type definitions for object entries. And what's Foony? It's Foony. F-O-O-N-Y. This is Foony. It's a social game site. You can play with all your friends. All you need to do is just share a link. So for example, if I make a game like here, I just share the link. You can also copy here to share the link. You can also click this to share the link. And then everybody can join. Can you publish on it? Everybody asks this. Not yet. We need to figure that out. It's going to be a little tricky because this doesn't use iframes. It's tightly integrated. So like games have levels and achievements and stuff. I think we can probably do something later where we can allow people to integrate with us, but not yet. I'm sorry. That's like a highly requested feature. Okay, so basically this is what, just like a tutorial? I just want a small little snippet. This is what I want. That's what I was looking for right there. So let's see, declare global. Interface, object constructor, and then I think we're set. Since I'm on a development category, that's what I'd expect pretty much. I figure like a lot of my audience is just super brilliant software engineers and such. Like, y'all are great. Like, really, I am so grateful just to be streaming here and having like this awesome community here. Y'all are. You really are. Okay, so now if I do this... Yes, Graham. Very much. Hi, Archa. How's it going? Okay, so if we are correct, then this should be overridden with... Oh, fiddlesticks. Okay. This included files didn't actually get included. I don't think. I think that's maybe why it's upset. Okay, so what if I do this? Let's just say I stick it in the same file. Does it magically work now? My favorite emote? It's a good emote. Okay, declare global interface object constructor. I have an idea. One of my favorite things to do is just look through GitHub and see if maybe they have an example for us. Check my email? Okay, sure thing. How am I doing today? Hi Shiva, I'm doing pretty well. How about you? I've been watching my streams a lot lately at work. Well, I appreciate it. Let's see here. Interesting. What? What? Oh no. Someone 2 minutes ago got on Foony and they tried verifying their email, but I guess they typoed the email or something, so it didn't go through. Oh no, not you, Graham. You're totally fine. I was just looking at my email and I got a random email. Hi, Sir Julian. It's going pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, sorry for the alarm. Doesn't look like I've gotten anything yet. Let me just check. Yeah, nothing yet. I'll just have this open on the side. I feel like we did this correctly. It seems like a really common thing too. Wait, the login verification toast has a red background? Oh. Do you remember what it says? Interface object constructor. Yeah, it's the same exact thing that we have. Okay, so it's this okay, this is working properly then. Oh, it is working. Yeah, it works. Magic. Okay, so then does it work if I remove this? I see. So that part's needed, and then it magically works. I think this is a list. So if it's a list, then I can do this. I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna look at one of the other ones that someone's done from entries. Oh wait, no, I just want entries, not from entries. Like C# string format. I mean, you can do this. Like, you know, you've got a hello world, and then you've got some number or something, like, so you can do stuff like that, where you can include stuff. If you're trying to do something different, you also have entel dot, like, different formats here. So if you want like a number format where you've got commas and other stuff, you can use internationalization for that. Setting theme to D42KR in GitHub. Sure thing. Oh, I see it. Okay, hold on. The use case would be to inject variables. I see, I see. I don't think there's something built in for that. So just download. And thank you so much, Graham, by the way. Howdy, Frozen. How's it going? So explore themes, I think. This one, and download this. It's changed the way you work? Okay. Maybe now people will stop, you know, getting on me for... Oh, night is pretty nice. How do I open? I guess I just click open and then maybe it'll magically work if I do this? No. How do you install a theme? Restart if you need a theme reload. I have to install it because I downloaded it, but I don't know what the install directory is or something. Install theme. I'm guessing there's like a directory for this. Preference panel, appearance section. Oh, actually, I might need to just take this and stick it here, maybe. And now I think it works. I just have to pin it to there and try this. There it is. Ooh, I like that one better. Okay. So I take this, move it over here, boom, paste. And you said it's control. Wait, whoa. Control slash. I see. Yeah, that works pretty well. I wonder if I can reduce the amount of margin it has, though. Because that is a lot of margin. The CSS controls that? Okay, so I can just modify the CSS. And now I just need like a way of specifying that something is finished or not. Very cool. Oh, I see. So I want to take all these. Can I like Alt J or something to, or Control D to duplicate? No. Oh, wait a minute. I can do- okay, never mind. Jokes. Let's start and finish my tags. There's so much effort. Okay. There. Alright. I need like indentation on continuation or something, or some way to know. I can always make changes to this later. I'm trying out something else because instead of Notepad, give it a couple days? Okay, I'll give it at least a few days. I'll just call this to do 3. So then I'll close out of this one, and we'll use this one. Alright. So I think... Let me just try this real fast. Const foo equals... Wait, I can just check it here. Oh yeah, because it needs to be a list of these. That's what happens if I do this. That's gonna break horribly. Because it knows that it's a list. But it's not just number because that would make it a union. Maybe this is why they don't normally do it, just because it's a little tricky to do. Like, you could do this to get pretty close. Because now it'll be like a list. And that gets you really close. It's not quite right. Number is not assignable. Oh, because I don't need this typed key anymore. It's close. So why is this unhappy? Because it's a number or something else, because you don't know what the key is. And the problem is that even if I do this, it doesn't know that key and value are going to be like together. It's just like a limitation of TypeScript, unfortunately. Switching between text and rendered mode can make it more intuitive. I actually like this mode more, I think. How often do I use the right control? I don't. If you use the right control, I don't know. You're probably a PHP developer or something. I guess I'd... well, You felt that for like 15 years ago and you're... oh goodness. I used to be a PHP developer, so I am allowed to say this. Hi, hard man. I'm not proud of it, but I used to be one. A core developer for Cake PHP. I think I've heard of that. I used to use Laravel, and before Laravel, I also used to use Code Igniter, which is exactly what it sounds like. It ignites your code on fire. Cake PHP, yeah, I've heard of this though. That's really, really cool. Now the weird thing is that I do have this as an include, and so I would have expected this to just magically get included and magically work without having to include it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll just hold off on this for now. We know how to do it pretty easily. Okay, well I removed one as any. Good enough. Here we are. Yep, see, removed one. This is one of those things that eventually, like, give it another year or two, eventually that as any can just go away. You just have to wait for it. Okay. So now we have multiple sounds. We've got the bubble count sound and also the BGM. So the next step is get to the other sounds. What sounds do we have here? So bomb explode. I guess we need bomb explode. So the way we'll do that is gonna be pretty simple, I think. I feel so much faster now when I just changed my keyboard to be like a tiny little faster on this repeat delay. This, going from here to here, it has made such a big difference. I feel fast now. Blazingly fast? That is reserved for Rust, I think. But I can be like a little fast, you know? Will sound work on fake bombs too? Maybe. Probably. Oh goodness. Wait, no, it won't. Because it'll be on Creep Blast tiles. So, yeah, it won't work on the fake ones. What is Foony? What is Foony? Oh, my heart. Let me show you. This is Foony. I've been working on this for 2 years. It's a social game site that's inspired by OMG Pop. And you just play games with your friends and you just share a link. It's real easy to play. Phony. No, it's Foony. F-O-O-N-Y. Come on, y'all. Site with games? Yeah, for sure. You can play all sorts of games on it. Okay, combine blasts that are contiguous. Dinomight is a banger. Just wait until it has sound. We're getting sound today. We're about to deploy it. Give me like an hour or two. Depends how much procrastinating we do. You want like a special Evan mode? Oh, emote. I see. We need to do some kind of like emote pack or something. Something special. Goodness. Okay, combine blasts that are contiguous. But what if there are no blasted tiles? Actually, you know what? Can we make this blast tiles a map? Because it's basically a map. Ah, fiddlesticks. It'd be a little bit of an... That's fine. That's alright. We don't have to make it a map. Do I have any pets? Not right now. I like both cats and dogs. Dogs probably a little bit more, but they're harder to take care of, I think, in my opinion. My mom used to have several like miniature dachshunds, and she had a golden retriever at one point when I was really young, and I like dogs. I do. Cats are nice too. So maybe someday. So if is empty, returned. Now we're guaranteed it's not empty, and now we can play sound. She doesn't allow you to have one? Maybe someday. Bomb placed, player and enemy. I think we got both of those, right? Yeah, we did. My calm occasional fiddlesticks. Yeah, that is how I say bad words. A self-filter, I guess. Dinomight underscore. Russians remain? That's really cool, Fist. Like, I'm shocked. Your English is fantastic. I think it's super duper impressive anyone who can speak like 2 languages. Like, actually speak 2 languages. It's amazing. Only 3? English, Japanese, and Russian? That's ridiculously good. Especially because English and Japanese and like that kind of stuff, like it's so different. It's not like English and Spanish or English and French or one of those romance languages. It's way harder. I think the CIA actually has like a list of language difficulty, and it's on Wikipedia as well, I believe, but let's see if this is it. They have, yeah, okay. So here's what it's like. I think this is just for people who speak English as a primary. The easier you find it to learn? That is shocking. Languages more similar to English. Category 1 languages. So these are ones that are like really similar. So you've got your romance languages. And then category 2, these ones are a little bit harder because they're a little bit more out there. And then you have category 3. These ones are hard. And look at that, you've got Russian right there. And then, if that's not hard enough, you have category 4 languages. Super hard. Oh look. Like, crazy hard ones. How is Korean category 4? Yeah, that one kind of surprised me a little bit. I think it's just because all the words are different, but at least in Korean you have an alphabet. Like, imagine if all Japanese was just hiragana and katakana. That's kind of like the same thing. There's a category? I don't know what the category is. Hangul is super simple. I've been meaning to learn it at some point. Let's see, why does it not like this? Oh, I think I want sample. And then it can be undefined, but it's not actually undefined. This is one of those areas where this could be improved as well. Because you know, like this could be overloaded, where if you pass it a collection where it contains at least one element, then it's not gonna return undefined. Just something that could be improved. Japanese has 3 character sets, yeah. Yep, it does. A lot of fun. Okay, so if I make bombs now, it should work. Not on Foony though. It has to be localhost. Have I worked only in product-based companies? I mean, when I worked at Google, it was very, very limited. There were parts of Google that were very useful for me, such as learning about a style guide, having people way smarter than me who I can learn from. I'll just turn the sound down there. Ooh, it works and it's got sound. But this is gonna sound horrible when you're playing with lots of players. I need to do something where it only plays the sound if it's near the player. Why IntelliJ, not WebStorm? IntelliJ is a superset, so it's better. It does more stuff. It's really, really useful if you're like a polyglot, or you use multiple languages or switch between stuff. If you're just doing web dev and you're specifically only doing like one language, then WebStorm can be okay for you. You think it's fine? Well, let me try with like 100 players. So this is what I really want to test. Now I suspect it's going to sound awful. It sounds like fireworks going off. So I think we need to... It's a more ASMR version. Keep in mind, this is like really turned down a whole lot. It's gonna get annoying though. Like if you were trying to play multiple games of this, it would get annoying. So I think we definitely need to improve this. When someone gets popped, I think we have one. Only load sounds in your radius. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Oh, sorry, wait, it wasn't loud, was it? Surely not. I don't think it was. I hope. I really hope. It wasn't loud. Oh, thank goodness. Had me worried there. 100-player games are super rare. I mean, you can make 100-player games just fine. Oh yeah, so I changed it. So now, if you're just doing this and hovering over and not actually selecting something, it doesn't mess with your settings anymore. Shocker, I know. This was so hard. I had to spend like 3 hours, 4 hours after the stream to get it working properly. Thank you so much, Graham. 5 more gifted subs. 225 total subs. Thank you. I very much appreciate it, so thank you very much. Quality of life improvement? Yeah, a small one. It's still a little weird because trying to get the configuration just right for something like this is it involves multiple race conditions, tons of different ways of user input, and very complex like stuff because you've got configuration that is different for every game. You have configuration that you don't know what you need to actually load until the game loads, because that gets downloaded at some point in the future, so it's asynchronous. You have to send that configuration to the server, and then the server will return the configuration of whatever it currently is at some point, and the game's configuration may or may not be loaded at this point. So you have to take that, and you have to wait for the game configuration, and then you have to like smash them together at some point. And you have to take that and combine it with whatever the user has changed. There's a whole bunch to it, and I really need to simplify this whole process. Did I build the games all on my own or with a team? The vast majority are all built by me. I built like the framework and everything. The only thing I had help with was like chess. Somebody made it initially, and then I came back and I stripped it all out and rewrote a large chunk of that. It's common in game dev. Quick solution. I like quick solutions. Okay, like it's still not perfect either. There's still some small issues with it if you reload and you very quickly open the game config, but it's good enough for now. So what I want to do is I want to make this bomb explode only play if near the current player. So can I grab the current player from this? Looks like I cannot. Not easily. So what info do we have? We have the scene. Oh, we have a scene, so I think I can go and use the scene to get what we want. This is exactly what I wanted right here. Get player. Oh, actually, we want it to be selected player. Get selected player. Because if you die and then you spectate somebody, you want to hear sounds around them, I'm guessing. So the way it'll work looks like this. Get camera offset, so and I believe it's just the same stuff, right? User ID, if not, select the user ID. Yep, it is. Perfect. So that gets simplified too. Now, this isn't going to be perfect. So in a lot of games, especially 3D games, it's based on the actual distance to the sound, and it'll change the volume of the sound, and then you'll have like some cutoff or something if it's too far away. Howler does support this, so if you really want this in your game, you can do it. I'm lazy, so I don't feel like supporting it, so we're not gonna support it. It's just gonna be a hard cutoff, and that's gonna be okay. I mean, I guess we could maybe improve it. Out of the selected player's point of view, yeah, it'll be fine. Just get the sound. That's what I'm gonna do. It'll be good enough. If people complain about, like, no one's gonna know. Nobody's even gonna know. The only way they would know is if I mention it. Did I ever find it creepy talking to myself? No, not really. Thank you, Kira, for the lurk. I appreciate it. This scene gets selected player. Then we just need to graph the X, Y, and Z and calculate the distance. So the way we'll do that is like this. And otherwise, we'll just set them way the heck off so that there's no way they'd hear it. Now, do we want this to be radius-based, or do we want this to just be like X and Y distance? Because you only see a square. I'm tempted to make it XY distance. Like, just take the maximum of, you know, the delta. Because you see a square, you don't see a circle around you. We could do either. Radius makes more sense for 3D. Can I balance my monitor on top of my head? That's a very good question, Dante. I'm not sure if I can. Let me see. Like, you want me to like wear like a hat? No, don't try this at home. Don't do this, BLZ. That is a monitor I do not care about. I do not care if it breaks. Don't do that. Don't do it with a curved. Definitely don't. I broke a curved monitor just by like... my webcam was sitting on top of it. And it just came down a little bit, whacked the curved monitor. Whole thing broke, I had to buy a new one. What's a programmer wear when there's sun outside? They don't go outside. Trick question. Okay, can hear explosion. Alright, so now we just take the max and then we just take it and compare it with something. Can hear it if less than like, oh heck, I don't know, 15. I think that should be good. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you something. So there's a very common pattern in React where you'll end up accidentally including something that you didn't mean to. So first of all, I'll show a really simple version of this. And then I'll expand it slowly so you can kind of see what I mean. Alright, you see this 0 here? The 0 comes from me having like a little p tag with a 0 in it. Okay, and if I change it to like hello world, it'll say hello world. Now, the thing is, something that's really common is checking like the length of something, and then you do something like this, where you have like 0 and hello world. Let me just show a little bit better example of this. Alright, so here we go. Also, hi along. Let's say we have something like this, which is just going to get like a string list, just so it's happy here. So what we want is if my messages, we just want to show the first message. And then we get a 0. This is a common pattern that you'll see a lot, where you check to see if something is a true key value, and then you like, if it is, you'll print it. The problem is that my messages don't like the way this AND works in JavaScript is it just returns what's to the left. So you don't get false, you get 0. And so it prints a 0. And you'll see this on a bunch of different things. Truthy and TypeScript. Well, yeah, this is like a JSX thing, right? Because like, let's say you have a count or something, you want the count of 0 to show up. If it didn't, it would be really weird. So it's kind of like you're choosing between two evils, and it just happens to choose the lesser of two evils. There's multiple ways around this. Here, let me just show you what it's like if I type in hello world here. It'll actually say hello world, right? What you'd expect. So how can you get around this? You can either do this, where you do 2 banks in front of it, and that'll convert it to a true or false. And now it will just not show anything, which is what you'd want. And then if you have like hello, it'll show hello. Pick one poison, basically. Okay. Right, where was I? So, oh yeah. A better alternative to this though is to just do like this. My message is length, blah, else, you know, do whatever. You know what I did? But yeah, now you know. So if you ever see like a weird 0, that's why. And hi Azrael. How's it going? Yeah, nice to see you too. So, what I just did is time to see. I want to see like how many tiles, because we did distance of 15. It's not enough. Let's change it a little bit. And thank you so much for the sub. First time sub too. Thank you so much, PLZ. Okay, so our distance here is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's only like 7. So let's make it like if less than 8. My messages.length or my messages bracket 0 should work in this case too. No, because like if you want to display the message and you do my messages.length or, then your length would be truthy because you'd have a value of 1 or more. So then it would just print 1 or whatever the length is instead of printing the actual message. However, if it was length 0, then it would print undefined because my messages bracket 0 is not there. So it would almost work. No worries, this stuff is hard. You know, it's hard to get right. This is what I want, this Dinomight tile columns and tile rows. I just want to like take it and divide it by 2, and then add 1 to it, and compare it here. Oh well, good enough. Hi Green. Actually no, we should do it. Because if I ever adjust this, and I probably could, we want it to actually work. Okay, so this we want it to be a small value. So this must be less than or equal to Dinomight. This is your X value. So this is based on your columns. What's the or equals operator? Okay, so TypeScript has a lot of, or JavaScript has a lot of these operators. It's just like a shorter syntax. So me writing this is the same as me writing this. That's all it is. You can use this for any kind of operator, or the vast majority of them. You can do it for the ternary, like that one, or whatever, not the ternary, the whatever the double nullish coalescing operator I think it is. You can use it for ands, you can use it for ands, you can use it for pipe, you can use it for XOR, you can use it for plus, minus, star, divide. Am I missing any? Use it for a lot of them, okay? And it's really simple to learn because all it is it's just this little short syntax where you just pretend that you have this value right over here. Nullish coalescing sounds so cool. It makes you cool if you use it. This is what people mean when they say the code is written so neat. Do they mean it's well organized, easy to understand, or it works well and simple? So your goal as a software engineer is to write the simplest code that the most people can understand to solve a problem. And to do it like, you know, like in the right time complexity and stuff. That is kind of like, that's a goal. The other goal, of course, is to like actually meet your deadlines, which is very, very, very hard. Like I've struggled with this for over a decade. It's extremely hard to hit deadlines. Okay. But like keep this in mind. Anybody can write complex, confusing code. Anyone can do it. The most junior of juniors can write really hard to understand code. So that obviously can't be a metric of quality. But it's really hard to take something that's complex and to solve it in a simple way where most people can understand it. That's really hard. And I think it's also the most beautiful. Is my personality type INTP? I don't remember. I'm sure chat probably knows what it is. We did the test a while ago. Howdy, pneumatic. So if it is less than that and less than that, then can hear explosion. Okay, we got it done. Time for the next one. So we got through all the bomb explodes, we got through the bomb placements, the bubble counts. I think bubble count is playing for everybody though, and we only want it playing for the current player. Oh, we already got that one done too. Okay, bubble release. What is bubble release? I think that's when you get freed. So whenever we delete the bubble, that's what it's gonna be. So let's see, this is just going to be called bubble release. Done. I think most people here code. This is why people watch. It's fun. I love it. I feel like I've met my people. You don't code? You don't code yet. Sometimes, oh no, you're totally good. Okay, so I get bubbled. It makes a sound. Will I do the art aspect of game dev? Well, I don't know how to do that. So that's very impressive. Okay, now we need Dinomight Death. I wonder what this is gonna sound like. I think Dinomight Death should play for everyone. Oh, that's why your name is E0 Draw. For the other 50? I'm so sorry, Mastery. Let's see. Has old game object deleted? Okay. Place meteor, maybe a power up. I know one of these is gonna do like what I want it to. Oh goodness, that's a huge raid. Hi Chris, how's it going? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome raiders. We're adding sounds to Foony, or Dinomight in this case. We got guests around, yeah. So be on your best behavior. Hi everyone. Well, let's take a look at Chris Nova. Definitely give her a follow or them a follow. And yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, I need to give them a follow too. The Rusties are blazingly fast. Sounds like it. My color scheme is 1 dark. And thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it a lot. Alright, let's get some sounds added. So the next one is Dinomight Death. So let's see. One of these is going to remove players. I think that's probably going to come over here. Oh yeah, how was your stream, by the way? I forgot to ask. You have the 48-inch equivalent from Gigabyte? I love this monitor, it's great. For TV. gRPC? Auth? Auth is so tough. That's a really hard one. Oh, and security. Oh, this is super cool. So I guess you're like a hacker person. That's really cool. SFX, and let's see. Dinomight underscore, there we go. Even in Chris Nova's bio it says not to run their code. Oh goodness. I would like... I'd pwn myself or something, I'm sure. I'd be like, oh, what does this button do? Don't try this at home. Very much I don't try this at home. Let's see, this dino has died. Fade them out of it. Okay. So I think all we do is just play a sound right here. Simple as that. Don't try- oh, at the directory, okay. If you don't follow, it's just this, right? That's your home directory. Alright, egg break. Should just come over here. So let's see, this is egg break. You smell a raid. Yeah, there was a raid. Chris Nova raided us. Definitely give them a follow if you haven't already. Okay, so we just got that one done. And we have another sound. Imprisoned, I wonder. I think that's what's supposed to play when you first get into a bubble. So now we just have to figure out when they get bubbled. Should be relatively simple. Oh, here it is, bubble player. Wonder, should the bubble release and the bubble and prison sounds play for everybody or just the current player? I almost feel like it should play for everyone. Like the timer, it makes sense to play just for the current player, but the other stuff? Oh well. It always has been meme? Oh goodness. Okay, now we have to do the meteor fall. Oh, the timing of this one. That'll be a little tricky. We'll just try it and hopefully it sounds good. I wonder, okay, this is another one of those things. We only want it to play if we're actually near it. We might build a system where you can specify where you are, and then we can specify like that the sound should play at a given coordinate. Like I'm tempted to do that because we might have to reproduce a lot of logic otherwise. Well, it's a little tricky because I know that you can specify a location in Howl, but I don't want this to happen for all sounds. I want it to be like an opt-in kind of thing. I believe it has spatial audio. And bubble releases the sound when countdown runs out. Yep. It's the one that, like, when the bubble goes away, it plays a sound. Yeah, see, it says right there, spatial audio. Oh, it's a plugin. So I guess they just show like a demo of how to do the spatial audio. They're like, here you go. Here's a demo. Duke Nukem style? Yeah, it looks really cool. Oh, is that it? That's, you click here and you're like, oh yes, how do you do the spatial audio? Oh, this is what I want. Where can you find the libs and frameworks that I use for this project? I use a lot. I use a whole lot. Let me show you. Oh, let me double check and make sure there aren't any issues yet. Okay. So, if I go to package JSON for the server, the shared, and the clients. I believe the shared is just like, it doesn't depend on anything. Okay, it depends on Lodash, I mean, I guess so. But now, we have the server and the client. I'll show you the server first because the server is simpler. You won't spend them? Oh goodness. Okay, so here's what the server uses. It uses Agonies, which is like a Kubernetes kernel to kind of ensure that servers are up during certain periods of time. Also, hi Graham. It uses the Cloud Vision API. This is so that when you upload a bad image, it gets filtered out because people will do this. I've got Express, Node.js and Express, Sharp, which I believe is what I use for taking an image and then converting it to a certain format. AJV for AJV. What is this? Oh yeah, this is my schema validator that I use. Hold on, be right back. 1 sec. Alright, let's see. Where am I? I'm right here, Zen. Welcome. So, okay. That was the HAV. I pair this with TSJSON schema generator or whatever. You like the quiet interactive sounds of the page? Thanks, Array. Kubernetes is very overkill, okay? Kubernetes is, like, for big things. The only reason I use Kubernetes is because I have a lot of state because of the game sessions, and it makes it really hard otherwise. K3S is enough. K8S is huge. Well, is K3S actually a thing? Or are you just making this one up? Okay, right. AWS SDK, that's for, like, sending email and stuff. Bcrypt, this is for passwords. Chess.js, this is like the chess engine. Cores, you know what that does. It's a thing? Really? I've never heard of this. Firebase, yep, I use Firebase for now. JWit, you know what JWits are. Seed random, I use this so that random numbers between the client and server are identical. I also ensure that the library version is the same. Sharp, you know what that is, I already mentioned it. Socket.io, I use this for communication of game session information. Stockfish, another chess thing. Here's the client, it does a whole bunch of stuff. Capacitor, this gives you Android and iOS support. Very simple, super easy to use. Bcrypt to avoid storing credential data to a text file. Yeah, so you never store raw passwords. You don't do it. Do not do this. You want to use a one-way hash with like bcrypt. Okay, any kind of hash is going to be one way. There are some people who say that you can reverse a hash. You're not reversing a hash. What you're doing is you're finding text or some input, which when you run through the hash creates the same output. So there's many inputs which all map to the same output for a hash. That's what it means to be one way. You're losing information when you go into a hash. Welcome to the tangent. But this is how a hash works. You want to make sure you're using a strong hash like bcrypt, because if you use something like MD5, it's already broken. There are these rainbow tables, which I don't know how a rainbow table works. I'm sure it's very pretty with lots of colors. But point being, don't use MD5, don't use any of the weak hashes. Use something very strong. And you also want to make sure that you use a salt. And you also want to include it with like something that's unique for that user. Because if you were to use, let's say there's no salt at all, you just bcrypt the password and you say you're done. Then what happens if you get a database leak? What happens if somebody gets access to all of your hashed passwords, which happens all the time? Just check the news. Well, what's going to happen is you might end up with multiple users with the same password. And so some hacker person can go through and they have a list of the most common passwords, and now they have a really good estimate, a really good idea of what those passwords are going to be. They're like, oh, well, that's Hunter2, that's password 1. So you definitely want to make sure that it's unique for every user. Anyways, that's the end of the tangent for passwords. Make sure you're using bcrypt. Don't ever store a plain text password. Also, another thing is don't have like a limit on your passwords for like password length. It doesn't matter because you're going to be hashing it anyways. You're not storing any more info. So all you're really doing if you're adding these limitations is you're harming the number of passwords players can use, and you're like restricting the space. You're making it easier for the hacker. So don't have these weird limits. I know there's some sites out there who have limits of like 12 characters. You don't want to be that site. I will say that though that you should have like a minimum length. I would say like of 8 or something, because passwords that are like 6 characters long, it's just not enough. You can relatively easily brute force it these days. One of the American banks has a password limitation between 6 and 14. That's awful. That's terrible. It's not enough on the low end, and it's too low on the high end. What's the current limit? I mean, think about the people who have passwords like wrecked horse battery staple. There are people like that. They exist. Anyways, this was the end of my tangent. So let's, okay, continue on. Font awesome, you know what that is. Pixie, I really want to use this, but I'm probably just going to use 3JS instead. Material UI, I use MUI. Tailwind is amazing, so consider that as well. PayPal, I don't want PayPal, I want to use Stripe or something else, like Xsola, maybe. Minimum of 12 is recommended. I feel like 12 might hurt UX, like user experience. Is this open source? No, it's not. Not right now. I talked with the co-founder and we're not able to open source it right just yet. It might, I don't know. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. But currently, I think we're worried about like, you know, what our options are if it becomes open source. Because there's no going back from that. Have a co-founder? Yep. That's how a lot of this was, you know, funded, right? So I have one co-founder. You know what hurts UX? Hacked accounts. This is true. But hacking a Foony account is very hard because there's a 2FA that comes in if you don't match the fingerprint. And matching the fingerprint requires that you are on the same network with the same IP address as the person who logged in, and you also get a lot of the fingerprint right, or you have to like remote into that person's computer or something to get through it. Foony is not currently accepting applications. Okay, anyway, let's see. Orientation, global methods, okay. Your 2FA would fail because your phone doesn't connect to your home network? I mean, it'll store like the last 5 good ones. So you just have to log in once on your phone, log in once on your desktop, and you're good to go. Like, it'll remember you. Do I really want to do the spatial thing? I kinda do, but I also kinda don't. Let's see, this is the default, and fully bundled source includes Howler and Howler Spatial. Remind you? Oh, remember you. Yeah, of course I would. Why would... Huh? What do you mean, Graham? Oh, this thing? Goodness. Oh, right, yeah, because it remembers your last 5. Okay, plug-in spatial. I don't understand how this plug-in spatial thing works. For this sound or group, this makes it easy to set up left-right panning. Color.js spatial. User to user? I'm not sure, Last Jane. I think that's up to y'all to decide. The way I treat Twitch chat is kind of like the board, you know? You're everyone who's like making the decisions for Foony and like steering the direction, or kind of steering the direction, I guess, more of like what I do, what I focus on. Y'all, this is a strategic choice of words. Yeah, because, you know, it's not, yeah, it's a strategy, I guess. I just want to make sure I don't, like, you know, trigger someone or anything. Let's see, so how do I use this? I see so few examples. I'll learn spatial. NPM. Okay, maybe I just magically have it. Thing is, though, I didn't see anything. Play all this other stuff. Oh, there is. Okay. So we do have spatial just immediately. Position, all that other stuff. Control multiple sounds. Yep, we've already got that. Sets the direction the audio source is pointing in the 3D Cartesian coordinate space. Like, even though we're 2D, we're still 3D. I think we're just not gonna mess with orientation because, like, you pop something. It doesn't really have an orientation to it. I don't think. Stereo panning value sets the 3D spatial position of the audio source. Okay, so we just set position for it, but then we have to figure out like what the player's position is and move that around. And that's it, that's all it says. Now the thing is, if I call this and I hit play, is it going to actually work if there's multiple of them? Or do I need to make multiple instances for each of them? The only real way to know, because the documentation is a little sparse on this, would be to actually read the code and figure out how it works, just to make sure. Let's find out, yeah. So we got Howler.js, and there should be some other file as well. Howler spatial, okay, so we got two things. We got howler.pause, okay, that updates the position of the audio listener. So this is how we set the location of the player, alright? That's relatively simple. I think we might need multiple sounds. Schedule the next clap. Yeah, I think so. Is Foony a game portal of some kind? Kind of. It's like a fledgling game portal in a way, where right now it's just all my work, but eventually I want to open it up so that we support iframes, and then everybody else can contribute iframe games. Kind of the way you contribute them now. And we'll have to create some kind of an SDK at some point where you can get that tight integration into Foony so that you can upload your own items and achievements and whatever for your game. That's going to require me to set up some kind of like dev key stuff. I have so much I need to learn. So don't expect this to come anytime soon. Like, I'm working as hard as I can. I work off stream. There's a lot I do. I wonder what the numbers are here though. Oh, that's the numbers like the seconds? Best way to learn is to teach. It is. Yeah, that's what I've heard multiple times. Okay. Absolutely, PLZ. Yeah, well, okay. I guess what you're trying to say is you want me to actually upload courses and stuff to YouTube and all that other stuff. Yeah. One of these, I need to set aside one of the days, which will be like the teaching day, and y'all need to help me come up with some topics or something, and then I can like learn about those topics really in depth, and we can actually do it. Go to the university and offer classes. No, I want to do this for free. You know, I want to give everyone hopefully some useful information. Okay. So I think the way I want to work with this is I want to make sure that I don't use Howler directly. I want to make sure I go through the wrapper that I wrote. I should be graduated? I never graduated. I dropped out my senior year. I thought of PG. I'm not sure what that is. You'd love to see a solid architecture for an Electron app with React frontend? Okay, we'll do something. But keep in mind, we do have a server on the back end because all of the games that we have, well, you know. But we can definitely set something up. We're going to use Electron at some point because that's how we're going to get on Steam. Let's see. And all it does is do this. Simple enough. Steam takes Electron games? Probably. Because you had a drop off? I did. I did fix an as any. I think there were 2 as any's. Did I fix 2 or did I only fix 1? I don't remember. I think I fixed 2. Yeah, I think I did. Okay, so header position. It's really just that simple. And now I think what I do is for play. I get this thing which wraps something. I mean, I actually appreciate it last chain, you know? I appreciate the steering. Because the way I see it is that the crowd is going to be right the majority of the time. Like, there's enough of you where you can vote on something, and whatever is, like, the highest is probably, like, the right direction to go. Oh, too bad I can't specify it this way. That would be cool if you could do this where like you pass in an object with an X and a Y and then the Z is like, it just figures out that it needs to default to something. I guess we're not quite there yet. We don't have the technology. This guy made a guide? Oh, that's really cool. Go do this, 500 million stack overflow points? Okay. I mean, there's gonna be people who game it. I know, especially like in the programming section, someone somewhere is gonna find a way to get around my limitations. They're gonna use like some proxy on bright data, I think is what it is. Yeah. Some proxy on here to do like 100 million votes. Do I have any experience in Dart? Not much. Yeah, okay, great. So, perfect. Prereqs. Snowpack build, whatever. Electron, sure. Upload to Steam. Pretty simple. I am so excited for this. I love that you can make websites that are games. Okay, so we've created the sound, and now somewhere over here we have play. I think. I guess we didn't overload it or anything. Oh wait, original hall. Here it is. There it is. Yeah. So it's already overloaded. And now it accepts the position. So if it's not loaded, it goes ahead, it loads it, and then it plays. Am I planning to create some FPS games in the coming time? You know, Dante, I was kind of holding off on it because FPS games, they require really good network, and I don't have a very good network stack. So, like, imagine the frustration of Dinomight currently, but imagine it like tenfold. I mean, I could do it, but people are gonna... There's gonna be limitations to it, so I'm thinking I might stay away from FPS games just because of the networking is really hard. You wish Electron apps could share resources? Technically, it should be possible. Technically, they could use like shared memory between the processes, but I guess we're not there yet. Someone actually has a Foony nickname on Twitch? Wait. Probably from like a long time ago, surely. Oh, I can't tell when it was created. Oh wait, yes I can. Wouldn't have security concerns? Probably. Okay, yeah, so they created it years ago. Okay, let's see. So what I want to do is I just want to super.play. Super pause. And it's that simple. So if we pass in a position, then it will use the position. So this is actually pretty close to what I want. And then this will get us most of the way there. I don't know what will happen if you play the same sound while another is playing, or if you adjust the position while the sound is playing. I would suspect that it's not going to work super well. So I might need to do something where I check to see if a sound is playing, and if the sound is playing while another sound starts playing, it creates a second, or like howl, where it'll play them separately, so you hear them both. But I think for now, what we have is going to be okay. Let's add like a to-do to this. Do I find it annoying people asking why I left Google? Nah, it's fine, Dante. You know, some people don't see it, or any number of reasons. Doesn't bother me. Okay. So what I want to do here is if a seconds play moves through, the sound is playing, spawn a new other sound, and play from there. Adam Learns took my place at Google, doesn't stream anymore? Wait, what do you mean? BLZ. Oh, you mean like... So this was a Twitch streamer who used to stream, and now they joined Google, and now they don't stream anymore. Is that right? I'm so sorry to hear that. Don't worry. As long as I can maintain, like, you know, my lifestyle, then I'll just keep streaming because I really enjoy it. Was it a good place to work? Yeah, it was pretty good. Lots of really smart people. I learned a lot. I think I learned more about like people skills and other stuff than just coding though at Google. So I love to code. It's my passion. And I just want to be at home. I don't want to do commuting. I don't want to only work during specified hours. I just want to learn and code and teach and have fun, you know? People skills, what are those good for? Come on now. Okay. So yeah, we'll just keep that just like that. But I need to know how much quieter a sound is based on distance. Because there's no, it doesn't really mention like how much quieter it gets based on some distance. Let's see, panning mode. What is this? Okay, so it looks like a distance of 10,000 is used. I think it should either be a distance of 1 as is the max, or something else. Okay, roll-off factor. How quickly the volume reduces as source moves from listener. Range of 0, 1 with linear and 0 to infinity. So I guess this is the default of 1. But I don't know what it means. It doesn't tell me an example. Oh, here we go. Okay. I think what we do is we just test it. So what I'll do, yeah, tough stuff, right? So let's say that we're going to be at position 50-50. And then we'll play this. And we'll say we're going to play it at like a 49-50. Hey, K Graham. Okay, I've got an idea. We won't do it on SFX Bubble Imprisoned, we'll do it on the Bubble Down, like when you place a bomb, because I think that's the one that's going to occur the most often. Why am I passing undefined to play? Because it accepts a spread ID. I actually don't think I even use spread ID ever. So I might... If I never use it, I might just not include it. Because why include it? I think I included it because it was in part of Howler, but there's no need to ever include it if you don't actually use it yourself. So let's just simplify it and not have it. Oh my goodness, there's so many of these. I have an idea. Let's change this to regex. Oof. There just has to be one game. There just has to be one part of the code that makes use of this, like, sprite sheet thing. Okay, well that's why. Okay, so I placed it there, and then I place it to, let's just say, 45. Can I still hear it? Barely hear it. They went left on your end? Yeah. That's intentional, because you can see here, I've got my location at 50. And I'm playing at 45. I'm trying to figure out, like, when I can stop hearing it. I'm trying to figure out, like, what the distance is, because I'm going to put this in a comment so that I can kind of understand. I think it's going to be about 10. I think that's about where it's going to cut off. I can still hear it. Very quiet. It's basically inaudible. Yeah, basically inaudible at this point. Okay, so about 20 is inaudible. Alright, so now let's change it to 50, because I need to know like how that it normally is. And then we're gonna change it to like, try to get it to about half as much, and we'll comment there to kind of give me an idea of like, okay, so it's that loud. Plus or minus 3 decibels. We're not going to be very scientific with this. Oh, you know what? It's not gonna unset the sound. It's gonna be stuck at whatever the previous position was. What I need to do is whenever I call play, if pause else, super.pause. Oh, how do I undo it? Hi David, how's it going? Oh, it doesn't seem like there's a way to undo the position. Hi Hagu. You decided to watch my stream? Well, I appreciate you being here. We're adding sounds to Dinomight and I'm adding positional sounds. Okay, let's see. How do I make it a sound not positional? Oh yeah, and if you don't know this already, I mean, you probably know this if you've been watching my stream, just press period when you're on GitHub, and you get this nice Visual Studio Code. Have I done Dragon Slayer 2? I have not. I know, it's been out forever, but I haven't done it. This is a RuneScape thing, by the way. I mean, we're not doing RuneScape stuff, but Dragon Slayer 2 is RuneScape. Okay, so those are just examples, so we want to take a look at this. Here we go. So I think what we might have to do is some really nasty, scary stuff, where we undo the positioning. This is going to be very nasty, scary stuff. Return the group's spatial position if no params are passed. Ah, I see. So if you don't pass any parameters, then it's a get instead of a set. Oh, that is nasty. Good morning, Wolf. Hi, Nex. What's up today? We are adding sounds to Dinomight. I know, we're gonna do this yesterday, we're doing it today. And specifically, we're adding positional sound. The positional sound with Howler.js is nasty because Howler.js, it has a plugin. When you call pos, POS, it treats it like a set position if you pass in arguments, and it treats it as a get if you don't pass in arguments. Now, once you pass in a position, there's no way to remove the position. So I'm reading through the code to see if I can remove the positioning from it so it goes back to normal. If I call this play method without anything. Basically, I don't want to have to think about managing sounds and managing multiple instances of the same sound. I just want to say, hey, this sound is playing globally, or hey, this sound is playing in a particular direction or position. That's all I want to do. And then I want something behind the scenes to think about the hard stuff for me, to create extra instances if I don't have anything free and all that other stuff. So I'm taking all the complexity out of the regular game development and sticking it into this abstraction that wraps Howler. Let's see. It should be easy, right? Oh, absolutely. So I think what's happening now is self._pos. My guess is that _pos is going to be like undefined by default. And that's exactly what it is. Come on. Ooh. Oh. Yes, Nex. Come on. There's a time and place. You can go do that on Theo's stream or maybe Adam's stream. But here is probably... Come on. Yes, August, it is blocked. Lame. Oh, come on. Behave, y'all. I know, you're just messing around. Okay, oh, here we go. Check if there's a panner set up and create a new one if not. Sounds position. A sound position or that. Okay, I see. So now you just... Okay, alright, next. Dodging the filter, I see. Just linking the image. SMH, shaking my head. What does whisper mean in Twitch? It means you're really quiet, like this. Oh, anytime, Wolf. Anytime. Okay, set up default properties. Okay, so it looks like the position by default is 000, but then how does that work? Position, okay. I wonder if I just pass in 000, if it just works like normal. Let's see, so if type of else return. Okay, I have an idea. What I'll do is I'll just console log the position. I'll just grab it first. But I think I know what's happening. There we go. Alright, so now I should have something here. Previous position. Underscore pause is null. Okay, okay. So if the underscore position is null, or now it's blank, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, there we go. Now it's an object, 4550. I think that I can access it as underscore pause. So I just have to super as, or no, this is any dot underscore pause. And that should work. And this is terrifying. This is awful. Alright, let's try it. Okay. If it works, it works. I think it's actually an array. Okay, previous position is null. Alright. We have a solution. Oh, this is hacky. And there's no way to actually do this in the API. Like, there's no way to do it at all. So this is hacky, and we're just gonna have to comment this a whole awful lot. Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah, initialization. Set the position to null. I guess there's kind of reset, which kind of works, but a bit unreliable with that. Yep, best way to do it is to just clear it. Have I seen this? Monocraft. Please don't tell me this is Minecraft. Oh, it's a font. Wow, this is really pretty. the Minecraft fonts, but monospaced and ligatures. This is actually really cool. The Shore is a good font and a great use of time. It even has ligatures. Wow, fancy. Look, arrows. Ooh, fancy arrows. Wow. I'm trying it in your terminal. Next, you are on a different theme every day. Well, I guess every week. Every day it'd be a little bit much. Which is great if you're blogging and streaming and all that stuff. Lots of content. Okay, we can now do exactly what I want. So, with all that said, I'm growing. Oh goodness. Oh, 100 wow, that's amazing, Wolf. Oh goodness, don't jinx it. Proud of me? I appreciate it. It's not me so much as it is, you know, everyone else. You know? I definitely appreciate all the support. Today CT3A reached 6K. Well, let's help it out a little bit then. Okay. So we need to make it a little bit louder. Create T3 app. If you haven't already, take a look at this Create T3 app and definitely star it. So, here you go. This is an awesome project. This is like such a great way to, it's like a nice stack. You just call Create T3 app. It sets everything up for you. You get like Prisma for your database, TypeScript, Next.js. It's a really, really good default. Anytime that you want to host something on Vercel, or you just want like a little hobby project and you don't want to have to think about setting things up, the thing that I like about it is that it doesn't have anything you don't need. It only includes like what you'd actually use, and it's got like the best of everything. So definitely check it out. I use it in my own stuff. The side project on the weekends uses this. It's really good. There you go, a little shameless plug. But it's worth it, like it's actually really good. Shockingly good. I wish I had known about it when I started on Foony. But I mean, I think Foony kind of predates it. Okay, so even it's still way too quiet. I think at 49 it's gonna be like half. So I think every one it divides the sound by 2. Oh no, that doesn't make sense. Okay, let's try this out. Alright, that was about the same sound. So I think 48 is going to be right what I want. I think that's okay. I think what I want to do is if the sound... I almost want to make it like, if the sound is too far from the player, then I'll just cut it off entirely. It's nice to see it becoming popular. The one thing I want to see on Prisma or on Planet Scale is pub sub. Like, it's the one thing that gives me like a reason to use Supabase or Firebase, and specifically Firestore, is just real-time pub sub with unlimited connections. That is really nice. I know that there are alternatives. You've got your paid alternative Pusher, which is super expensive. You've got Socketty if you want to do something kind of like Pusher, but you want to host it more yourself. And then you also have, I forget what it's called. It's free for up to 200,000 in revenue. It's a really good one. It's Replicate something. I don't remember. Hop.io. I can't use Hop.io. Next. I can't recommend it if I can't use it. Replicash, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, I saw this. The pricing is scary because right now, although it's free for like small, if you do get above this or above this value, it immediately jumps way up. And monthly active browser profiles is really scary because one player is multiple of these. And so I need to make a good WebSockets provider. I feel like I do, Nex. I feel like I do. Because I think we could definitely bring something of value that's way cheaper than that. But I am not an SRE, I don't... Acorn realizes Howler's AP. Oh, this is wonderful. I love this. I love this so much. I want to put this on like the Foony subreddit or something. I guess it's not really a Foony subreddit thing. It's more an Acorn subreddit. But I love this so much. Thank you for doing this. Don't understand how you plan to get real-time pub sub. So, when I want real-time pub sub, I want this to be on something where you're not writing very often, okay? You're not writing multiple times a second. You're still writing as if it was SQL. It's just that when the write comes in, it also broadcasts it to a channel, and then if someone is listening on that channel, it sends it down to them. So kind of like a server sent event. That's all it is. And it's also has like secure routes where if you're trying to connect to a particular route, you can get some kind of validation. Foony has a subreddit? Yeah, Foony has a subreddit. The Foony subreddit, like we spent like a year trying to get this thing. It took a long time. Like it was a process to get this. So if you use Reddit, you know, feel free to actually use our subreddit. It does exist. Definitely use your WebSockets for real-time stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I can't long pull the database. I want it to be behind some kind of a WebSocket with a channel or something. Basically, I just want what Firestore has, because I want to be able to listen to some route You know, like you see this? I'm listening to my user and my items. So whenever I gain experience or I gain gold or something, I get an update and I don't have to think about it. You know, it's something real simple. I don't have to think about fetching from the server or anything else like that. It's not that hard. It takes like 2 hours to set up. Sure, next, but I want it to take no time to set up. I want it to be like, I want my cake and I want to eat it too. It's not the realm of planet scale. It could be the realm of, well, what is it the realm of, then? Planet scale did say that they're gonna have a solution within 2 years. So there might actually be a solution. If planet scale had it though, I would immediately just switch everything to planet scale. And I heard that, by the way, the queen thing. When did they say it? They haven't said it yet. I didn't want to mention it because it was kind of bad news. But yeah, that's a thing. Okay, so now that we've got this, we can just go ahead and modify the stuff. So if position, now it wasn't me who created this color scheme. This was created by our designer, and our designer is Creative Mints. Here's his dribble. But keep in mind he's very, very pricey. Very pricey. You can expect to pay 100 an hour. At least. It's expensive. But he's really good. He's like one of the best. You got a hat? Nice one, Nex. Is this from the event, Theo's event yesterday? This is awesome. Well done, Nex. There were so few that were given out though. I think they gave out like what, 25? Well done. Oh, you got it from Planet Scale directly. Nice. Next over here, like, gonna be like the next super influencer for programming. Here, let me show you mine as well. Let's see, is this safe to show? Let me just do this real fast. I think this is safe. Seems safe. Let me just make sure. Is there anything on here that's dangerous to show? I think it's safe. Yep. Oh, you get yours a day early. Oh. Oh wait, no, in transit. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna rock that on stream as soon as it arrives. Why'd I get the Quest 2? The best VR goggles? It's because of convenience. Like, are they the best visually? No. But are they the most convenient for the price point? 100%. I'm very much like, I want VR, I don't want wires, that's very important. And I want it to be something I can kind of wear for a while with decent visual quality, and MetaQuest 2 gives me that. I know people who go with like the wired route, they pay for like a super expensive setup. It's annoying, they've got the light stations, and they end up using MetaQuest 2 instead because it's just less hassle to quickly set up. Trash, welcome. How's it going? Did I win a hat? No, actually. So my chat was super nice and they're like, go here, schedule a meeting or something. And so I scheduled a meeting with Planet Scale and I talked with them and it was very scary. There were like 4 of them on the call and they were super nice. And we talked about Planet Scale a little bit and how it can fit into Foony's roadmap. And I asked them if they had pub sub in real time solutions and stuff. Oh yeah, it was this whole thing. I felt awful because I felt like wasting their time. I was wasting their time or something, but yeah, I get a hat for it, so that's cool, I guess. It was not like a long meeting, it was a short one, but still. I thought I was gonna talk with like one person, but it was like a whole team of people. I was like, oh my goodness. You got it without a demo? And next over here flexing. It was yeah, it was done. It was an experience. Oh yeah, I'm definitely scared, yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll just make this an extra function. I thought it was the job interview. No, it was the job interview, but it was like, yeah, it was like, you know, it was kind of like one of those things. I think they thought we were maybe like a larger business or something. Take care, next. Your favorite singer, Amaranth? Is new set faster only on lookups? So, someone benchmark it and says array is faster for adding and deleting. They're kind of wrong a little bit. So, if you're adding to the ends, that's going to be faster probably to just add it to like an array, right? That would make sense. Now, if you're doing deletions like from the end or something, the array is going to be also probably faster because like with the set you have to do a hashing function. But if you're just trying to like delete random elements, I guess even then it's still going to be pretty fast with the array because you'll just have like an empty spot. But you definitely want to be using a set anytime you have like lots of items and you're doing something where your keys are not just 0 indexed and dense. Let's see, what else? Yeah, because like, let's say you have a set, well, let's say you have 10,000 items, and then in an array, you delete 9,500 of them. Okay, so you only have 500 left, and now you iterate over that array. You just left holes in that array. Unless you copied the array into a new array or something. So you're still going to iterate over all of the elements, all 10,000, whereas with a set you'll only iterate over the 500. But it probably won't apply to you. Like, you should be using a set if you have that many elements. I tend to use arrays anytime I have like 10 or less elements and I know there won't be more. An array is okay. Yeah, arrays, you'd have to like shuffle indexes or do something, but I think what they're doing is they're just doing like, you know, delete my array at position 420, for example. And that would be my guess. Nice Google hat. Oh yeah, you see the hat? I put it there so you can see it. Wherever it is, right there. Okay, so this is function if. Is it genuine? You bet it is. That's from my time at Google. Just apply anyways, August. What's the worst that can happen? Do people actually put that on? Yeah, people put it on. Maybe since Trash is here, I need to just go put all my hats on. You have more hats? You definitely do. Okay. That comes with a no-compete agreement. It does. Pretty good gig? I know. Ah, that was fun. I used to level my fishing while doing that. But, I mean, if I'm doing Twitch, there's no way I have extra attention span for that. There's no way I could do that. Is near player. Now I just have this position. I could AFK Redwoods or Nightmare Zone, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, that's definitely possible. Else if pause and is near player. Oh. This is a little different. Because it doesn't actually return anything. I wonder if I can just like not return anything here. If that would break anything. My account AFK training. I appreciate it, August. I think that would be a little hard for me right now. Let me think about it. I think what we'll do is let's just not return anything here and see if anything breaks. I hope it doesn't. Hi, Ishan. Love the hat. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, it's upset with me. Oh, it's upset because it... Right, because we're overwriting, so it has to return a sound. It does not like me changing it from a number to a void. Okay, we'll do this then. Return -1. Oh yeah, and if you don't follow Trash, he's a really cool dev. He does like TypeScript challenges and stuff, so give him a follow too. Alright, let's see. So now all we have to do is get location. TypeScript squad? Yeah. I love TypeScript, like I really do. It just brings me so much joy. Partner when? I'm working on it. We're getting really, really close. I think my average views is like 73, so we are getting really close to being able to request it. So I'm guessing that if I do this, it's gonna actually return the position, because that's how Howler worked for the other thing. Yeah, we're getting real close. You see 100 plus quite often. It's because we get some really, really generous raiders, and some of the raiders we get are kind of famous. We've had like karma generated us twice, like in the last week and a half or so, which I was not expecting. That was amazing. And yeah. Yeah, we had Chris Nova rate us today, which was super awesome. Sometimes without raids I reach 100 as well. Well, that's very lucky. Okay, so here we go, and I believe if we don't pass in an X, Y, and a Z, it should hopefully return the position. Yeah, you see this? Sound. Get or set the 3D spatial position of the audio source of this sound. Does it say a noogler? Yes. Which stands for new Googler. Not noob. Very different. Noob! Oh, come on, August. Come on now. I can't get more geekier than this. Oh, you've seen nothing yet. Welcome back, Nex. Artists aren't great streamers? Oh, sorry to hear that. So now we'll just do this. Howler dot pause, I guess. So now we can just grab that and we can return whether or not it's a new player. So what this will do is if we pass in a positional argument for a sound and we're too far away, they won't play it at all. Oh, you haven't seen me dance. Oh. I dance just like you would expect. Do I see any advantages of object-oriented programming in React? So, Shop, functional components with React is really the way that you do things now. You don't do class components and stuff like that with React. There is still a place for object-oriented code. Think like you're making a really fancy game which has like lots of models and objects and things like that. Object-oriented is really good for that. And the backend as well is also really good for object-oriented, or maybe you're doing something that is stateful, such as messing around with webcams or WebRTC. Objects can be really useful there too. The place is the trash? No, August, the place is not the trash. Use the right tool for the right job. Come on now. You can check the dancing clips. You can also check them kind of on TikTok, although it's better on Twitch because you can see the whole one. Okay, let's see. Such a... well, you know, like, yeah. This is, I did work at Google, I got a hat, you know? Did Trash Dev ever eat those edibles? What? Okay, let's see, play. Okay. Did I not log it? $20 for a free hat? Like a Google hat? Where can I sign up? So there's a position and not as near player, then Howler Factory, get location. And it should log Howler pause. There we go. Okay, so it does return something. That's what I thought. It returns the player's position as X, Y, Z. I wonder if I can specify that these are supposed to be like... Probably not, right? That wouldn't make sense. Wait, does this actually work? You can specify the names for them? No. I didn't know you could do this. Like, I knew you could do this if you do like the dynamic arguments kind of thing. So an example of dynamic arguments is like this, right? Where depending on what a given type is, it either has extra parameters you can pass to a function or not, which is really cool. I love this. I actually saw this on Trash Dev's stream because Matt Pocock made like a video and linked it and explained like how to do this. It was really cool. But turns out you can also do it for the return type. If you're returning like an array or something, you can give it some name. So you get a little bit of context there of what it's actually returning. So let's see, if there's not a result, I guess I'll just return null. Though I don't know if it's guaranteed that it will always have 3 elements. There we go, we'll throw an exception. So who needs stability? Was I able to hit my first M club? I don't know if I should talk about money like that. Just blink once if I did. But, it depends. Like, am I still one, or did I ever hit one? Did I ever hit it? Oh, let's see. Are the functions on the right all public? 2 comma club? Let's see. Yes, so if you don't specify it, it's public. And Google Style Guide recommends that if it's public, you don't specify it. No, this is not package private. We're not in Java land. This is TypeScript. Slightly different. When 3 comma club? That's on y'all. Let's see, if player location. If not player location, return true, I guess. Foony point to the moon. Oh goodness. This is not crypto. Come on. Come on now. Not with that attitude, Nex. Not with that attitude. Always use bcrypt? Yeah, bcrypt isn't crypto. I mean, okay, it uses cryptography. Come on now. Alright, so now all we have to do is get the distance between these two coordinates. We'll get some vector or something, or whatchamacallit. I need the distance of the vector, or whatchamacallit. Do I remember Tres Camas Tequila? I do. That's from the Silicon Valley. It was amazing. There's no way you can actually buy this. You can buy it? What? No. I mean, go figure, but that's amazing. You can, apparently it's real. I didn't know this. A nice one, Shaw. Tequila on stream. Goodness. No, I don't work at Google. I used to work at Google. I'm an ex-Googler, which is like an X-Man or something, but Google style. Tequila shots and points. I can't do that actually in X. I'm not allowed to. I can't have something where you redeem and then I get drunk. That goes against the rules. Wouldn't leaving Google be a massive pay cut? Yeah. Basically, you go from making lots of money to making zero money. It's very much a pay cut. You can drink on Steam next, you can, but you can't have points redeems for it. Okay, let's see. Stonks are a roller coaster. So I think it's just a squared plus b squared plus c squared, and you take the square root and that gives you the distance between multiple things. 3D space distance. Yeah, a squared plus b squared plus c squared square root. Perfect. I'm sure we can find a loophole. Come on, we can't actively talk about this. Come on, y'all. Vector addition. I wonder if that works. Well, thanks, Artifacts. Appreciate it. Alright, so I take this whole thing and then that. Yeah. Hey, it works. Nice. Alright. And that just returns whether or not it's near the player. So if this is less than some distance, which we'll say is like a cutoff point, then it's near the player and should play. Now, do we want to allow changing the magnitude, like, because different games, and games that mean that you only run a single game at a time, so it's okay to kind of have this be global. It's not nice, but it kind of works. Because there's multiple ways to do this. Yeah, I'll leave it the same for now. We'll worry about it later. There we go. So if it's not near the player, it just doesn't play at all. We should actually invert this, because why load the sound if it's too far away? There we go. Slightly more optimal. Alright, so let's see. If distance is of 10 from the player is quiet, 20 is almost inaudible. So I think what we'll do... I think we can just leave it the same. I think Dinomight is... I don't think we have to multiply by anything. Okay, so we need to get active player, get selected player. There we go. Now we can set location. Okay, so we don't need to set this location anymore, and we're done. All we do now is we just make sure we got the right X and Y position for the tile, and that's really simple. It's just this easy. X, Y, Z, done. And that's it. That's all we just pass in undefined and X, Y, Z. I really want to remove this undefined, but we just have one game. It's gonna make it annoying. We'll have to refactor it later. Now 100 player test? Soon. Very soon. We can remove this now. We no longer have to check if we can hear the explosion. So all that math goes away. Which means that now this can be simplified. And can be made private. There we go. What the world is this hat? Ah, this is my nuclear hat. See? It says N-O-O-G-L-E-R. Oh, yeah, okay. It's a hat. Null factory set location. Yeah, so there we go. Very simple. That should work just fine. All we have to do now is... Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I think we just do this. So this one's gonna be on, what? Make blast entity, meaning the bomb went kaboom. Oh wait, we want it to be like the closest to the player. Yeah, we need this back. So let's see, Blast X is initially going to be... I don't know, something random. And now we have to calculate the distance, like the current distance, and figure out like if the new distance is less than the current distance, and all yada yada yada. This is what I mean, by the way. When I mentioned that, like, you need a lot more math when you're doing game dev versus just like web dev, it's true. Because you gotta do these kind of calculations and stuff. I mean, a lot of the time it's just like algebra or geometry or something that's relatively simple, sometimes trig. But I find that you have to do a lot more math than in web dev. You find physics the roughest? Yeah, it's pretty hard. Simplifies code, I know, right? It's okay, because it's just code, we can quickly rewrite it. Alright, so now we have a new distance as well. So if new distance less than current distance, we set blast x equals x and blast y equals y. And there we go. But I run into a lot of issues handling floating point numbers when dealing with geometry. Not too many, Nathan, because floating point numbers in TypeScript are like, I want to say that they're between a double and a float, like a 32 and 64-bit. I don't know what the exact precision is, or what the exact representation is, but it's usually kind of close enough. You do need to be kind of careful, because like 1 plus 2 may not be 3. It might be just slightly off. But I haven't had too many issues with precision and stuff. Don't the two indents look kind of small? No, not really. You get used to it, actually. So I find that a lot of the time, a lot of these style guides will just have 2 indents. And there'll be like 4 indents for line continuation. The most math you've had to do in web dev is determining how to bill someone with like up coupons, credits, other discounts. Finally charging the customer, yeah, that's not too bad. That's just basic algebra. It gets harder if you do web dev. Imagine doing 3-dimensional web dev. That's, or not web dev, game dev. Game dev. Alright. I think this hat is making me a noogler. You're back. I'm blaming the hat. Yeah, why not? I do like the hat though. Alright, so this is make blast entity, so then we have to do this little sample thing. There we go. This is gonna be exciting. We're gonna get like actual positions and stuff. So I'm kind of excited here. Let's see, bubble release. That's weird. Why are we sticking it here? Oh yeah, I remember now. I think what I want to do is let's just take this. Yeah, I think that's what I want actually. Okay. Alright. So I think all of the sounds now should have spatial audio. Well, you know, we could actually add spatial audio to like Foony flippers and stuff, where like, depending on where the card is coming from, you hear it from the left to the right. I'm not gonna worry about that for now, but we actually could do that. I think we need a multiplier, like a multiplier on it or something. Like we need to be able to adjust it. Because I think we're just, it's too quiet now. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Did I ever take an IQ test? I've taken a few. I took like, you know, the silly online ones, but I don't really wanna, I don't wanna say. Let's see. Yeah, we have this panner attribute. I wonder if that's just on a particular sound. 100%. It's on a particular sound. Okay. So I think what I'll do... is we'll have to specify a roll-off factor. And I think that needs to be like part of the constructor or something for like that phaser has, so that you don't think about it and then it just gets handled magically. It's gonna be a little nasty, but it should work fine. I'm an acorn. That's what I am. Oh, it's missing all the other stuff. Max distance and all the other jazz. I agree, Chilled. Alright, so we have to specify a distance model. The odd thing is that it says everything has like a default, but that is not true. Why do I place my name with to-dos? This is a Google practice. You specify it because that's the person who wrote the to-do. Sure, you can kind of maybe get blame, but the idea behind it is that that's their LDAP, that's the person that you go to. You can ask a question, be like, hey, why did you write this to do? Maybe they'll have some more context around it. It's just kind of a Google thing. Another thing you'll see a lot is you'll see like to do b/1234. And then what this is it's like, this is a bug right here, which tracks that to do. Or something along those lines. Don't you want someone else to do it? Okay, James, I mean, come on, who's gonna do it? Are y'all gonna do it? You probably would if I open source it. If I open source it, I would love to. Trust me, I was like advocating for it. I was like, come on, let's open source Foony. But unfortunately, I was not able to convince who I needed to convince. But I mean, there's good reasons to also not open source it. But I think what we can do is I need to have the co-founder talk to like the lawyer and figure out like what we need to do to protect ourselves. And then like maybe people can like sign an NDA or something and they can access the code. Alright, so now all we've got everything there, and we're setting this roll off factor. So let's see if that actually works. What we're expecting is that I should be able to hear a lot more of the sounds. The GitLab model? What's the GitLab model? Ah. I think bad stuff happened. Not a finite floating point value. Oh no. Cone inner angle setter. Yeah, we did not set it. Okay. Making money is easier with closed source? Yeah, probably. I don't know much about making money. Post the big instances of premium features. Could do something like that. This is almost what I want. I think I need it just a little bit more. That would be really great, James. My only concern is that somebody comes in and then they do like a lot better marketing and then they take all of Foony's code and source or something, and then, you know, they do like a better job at doing something, and like right now there's like a really big gap between like the amount of code they would have to write and Foony. But if I just hand them all the code, then, well, all they have to do is host it. Okay, I think it's working pretty well. I'm gonna try one more game and then I'm gonna try it with like a whole bunch of players and we're gonna see how it sounds. I think it's pretty good.
Every time I
I don't hear it when they place a bomb. Yeah, it's silent for them. Why is it silent for them? Oh no, I'm gonna get exploded. That's weird. It never happens. How does that make any sense? Wait, is this a bug? Okay, this will give us lots of info. Okay, so we get bomb has been planted. Ah. Placing bomb has been... I didn't know that happened. Okay, so it goes here. Tile user ID. Okay, so it is a bomb, but then it never comes in here. Okay. Which means that there's no tile user ID. That's the only explanation. But I wonder if this is causing bugs. 4 in a row lag is terrible, really? Are you playing against a bot? Well, let me see. You're not playing against a bot? Wait, okay, what's terrible about it exactly, Graham? Like, is it FPS lag or is it latency? Hi, Edwin. How's it going? It's not FPS. Okay, so it's latency. Wow, I never won with 6 in a row before? Jeez, Zooks. That seems fine for me. Try with you? Okay, sure. I wonder what it could possibly be. If you left the room... Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe... Wait, what? Oh god, it broke in horrible ways. I'm not sure how it broke, but it somehow broke. Yeah, it broke because we're both on the same team somehow. Okay, that's a bug. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, that's a bad one. I don't know how that happened. And the problem is, like, it's not gonna reproduce itself, I bet. Probably. Yeah, darn. How did that happen? It's almost like there was a bot. Thanks, you ain't. Appreciate it. Is it laggy for you? I wonder if it was 40-second lag on your place. What? That doesn't make sense. Like, what could it possibly be? I'm not gonna worry about it for now, I think. But... oh shoot, I lost. I lost earlier. Good one. Alright, I'm just gonna change it here. I'm hoping that this is fine. I think like if I set position to null, it'll be fine. Red hot bug. It's not a red hot bug if it only happens to like certain regions. It could be region differences. It could be like maybe, you know, like it could be like a local ISP thing or something. You were in Japan? You're probably like the only Japanese player. Like, I can't imagine a whole lot of people from... well, but I wonder, like, if everyone in Japan is having that kind of latency, or if it's, like, more local? Or what exactly? Like, what happens if you try to ping the server? So here's my latency. If you ping gs.foony.com, this is what my latency looks like to the server. Oh yeah, I only have US servers right now. They're all near the database, and Firestore is only like in certain regions, so it's not replicated anywhere. So it's a bit annoying, unfortunately. I mean, I guess I could do something where I have... I don't know how a Kubernetes cluster works cross-region though. I suspect I'd have to spin up multiple clusters in multiple regions or something. Firestore sucks? Oh yeah. I've been bitten horribly by Firebase. I thought it was going to be really good, and it ended up just being absolute garbage. And then Firestore is... it's better. I like the real-time pub sub, but I want to get off of it. Level 40 in Dinomight? Yeah? I mean, what do you think? Don't commit. Yeah, I learned my lesson. I thought, hey, this will be a decent solution, and if Foony takes off, we can deal with the pain, or I can pay someone to deal with the pain of getting off of it. I don't think Planet Scale was around at the time. Or maybe they were, I'm not sure. Oh, they were kind of around? Sort of? Take care, Graham. Okay, so all the sounds should be good. And then, okay, right, before that I was fixing this. Discord incoming? Let's see. Placing bomb player, placing bomb enemy. Okay, right, and it didn't work for the enemy, and we're not sure why. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Oh yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Create map or game object tile and it doesn't include the user ID. So then, if this happens, and it were to happen to the user ID, then I think it would be totally busted. Okay, so the tile then, if it is of type T, it must include tile.userid in order to actually work here. Okay, so we've got a constructor, which is the map. So the map doesn't contain anything, no bombs there. Don't need to worry about that one. And this one sets it to empty, don't need to worry about that one. This one is sus. This one's very sus. So that's a game objects bracket XYZ. So I think that should be okay because I'm pretty sure that the server sends the right thing. Game object, where is this coming from? Oh, just entries of game objects. That one's not too sus either. Add game object, maybe this one? A TypeScript problem. Yeah, go for it. I love TypeScript problems. And just so long as it's relatively short. I think like if it's too long, then chat gets a little fancy. Like if I can't figure it out too super fast. Alright, let's see. Element implicity as an any type because expression of type string can't be used to index iPatch user data. Let's take this real fast, copy it over here. Oh, this is inside of like a hook or a function. We'll just assume that text field exists. Hopefully it should be okay. Let's see, TypeScript error element implicity as any type string can't be used in index iPatch user data. Let's see, iPatch user data comes here. And details. I'm guessing details.first name. Wait, no, that wouldn't make sense. Errors.includes. Maybe errors then? Oh, because this is a string array. So then errors here. You're not setting it or anything. When was the last time I saw a sent symbol? Like, just now? Let's see. Updates bracket index. Oh, this is the problem. I see. Bracket index. Well, okay, first of all, this is not a string. Okay, so right. They have a target, which is set details, which comes from handle change. The problem is that a text field like this, unless you're doing something real fancy here, well, you're not, because you got HTML input element. So the type here, target name, it's gonna be a string. So this is a string. You can get around it by just doing something like this. If you know exactly what it's gonna be, we can say that it's gonna be key of iPatch user data, and now it'll go away. So that's what you want. But maybe you want a little more safety. So something you can do is you can have like an assertion, and then if it fails the assertion, you know, it throws an error or something. That would work pretty well. But up to you. I mean, this is really all you need. Just make sure that you're using it properly. Exactly what you were looking for? Yeah, so there's a lot of really, really useful things. If you want to learn TypeScript and you want to learn it really, really fast, I strongly recommend a few things. There's 3 main things I recommend. First of all, you've got the TypeScript documentation, which is the TypeScript handbook. This comes of like lots of useful stuff here. Doing the TypeScript challenges once you're familiar with the handbook is extremely useful. For the challenges, you're going to look at the answers a lot very early on. Don't feel bad about looking at the answers. This is how you learn. You're not gonna know. You're gonna fail over and over again. It's like the best way to learn is to fail. So get out there, go fail. It'll be useful. So you look at one of these answers here. You'll try to understand, okay, how does this work? What are they doing here? And maybe look at another one and be like, okay, read only. So there's this thing you can specify read only. You can also say plus read only or minus read only. If you want to add or remove it. By default, it's adding. And you just learn. And then you try to solve it without looking at the answer, and if you get lost, you go back, you figure out what you did wrong, you just keep repeating. And do that until you get through the easy ones. You should be like, if you want like to be pretty decent at TypeScript, I'd say just get to the point where you can solve most of the mediums. If you want to be like crazy good at it, then you're going to be looking more over here. And more like over here. And this is at this point, when you start getting to the extreme, then you're really doing more like programming inside of TypeScript, and less of just trying to solve types. It's more like, oh, how do you add? How do you multiply? How do you divide? How do you do some crazy ridiculous stuff? How do you pass variables around in the type system? There's lots of stuff you can do. And there's more stuff coming soon. Can you give a link? Yeah, sure. There's this really cool feature that's coming really soon in the next version of TypeScript, where you're going to be able to have a type like this. Like, let's just say we have type foo equals 420 extends infer maybe number extends number or big ends, and if so, then maybe number else never. So what this type here is, I don't know, does this actually work already? In the next version of TypeScript, 4.8 or whatever, this won't be a string, this will be a number. That'll be cool, because what'll happen is it'll understand that this infer is going to extend either a number or a big end, and so then it will return this as if it was restricted to just the number or big end type. This is new, like this is hot off the press. This is coming in like the next version of TypeScript. If I were to update my TypeScript right now, I think you'd see what I mean. Let's update? Okay, let's try this out. Hi, Seaplane. Actually, wait, hold on. We don't have to update. Hold on. Let me go back here. And let's just NTMI again. Because we already have it updated on our test project, our weekend project. This is my 20% project. So please work. Oh, come on. You're supposed to work. Const my num foo equals 420. It does work. IntelliJ doesn't understand, but it works. See that? It knows it's a number. It knows it's 420. I don't know why it's saying the type here is a string. It's not. IntelliJ, come on. Is 420 intended? Yes. Maybe if I turn the TypeScript service off and on. Maybe now it will understand. No? It's just being weird. But it actually works. It's really cool. So this is extremely powerful because it means now we can make really fancy types where we do things like you have a string and you add another string to it that's like super long, and then you go through and you actually create the new number based off of that string, and then you take the string and you turn it into a number. It's really powerful. Can you assign it back to a string? Yeah, of course. So you can always do this, right? Stick it back into a string, and now it's a string, and now you have to make it a string. So this is very new, very, very new, and it's really, really cool. It has me super excited, but not a lot of people know about it because it's pretty brand new. So there you go. Now you know something that maybe be useful on some type challenges or something. You solve things in a simpler way. You can show how cool you are or something by solving something and then submitting it as a pull request to the TypeScript challenges. It's the one function TypeScript. Exactly, array. Oh, you know what? That would be so perfect for a TikTok. The one function TypeScript programmers don't want you to know about. This is gold. I love it. Oh wait, hold on. I'm supposed to use this app. Okay. It's just like some string with fins and for maybe number. Oh, now it's treating the whole thing like code. Okay. Scripts. Is it well written? Yeah, yeah, for sure. I don't know why this is. Oh, it's going crazy on me because of that. There we go. That's what I wanted. So if so, then maybe a number, else never. I love it. I think this is great. We'll try to get that uploaded today because it's relatively new. Everything you do is simple compared to that. This is more of an advanced feature. This is like relatively advanced. You're probably not ever going to use it. If you're using TypeScript in that way, you're working on a library or you're just being very silly. I wouldn't recommend you try super advanced TypeScript in non-library code because you're just going to confuse people. You're going to confuse your coworkers. They're not going to know what the heck is going on. Most people don't know infer. Most people don't know that you can do strings with like this stuff in them. That's not very obvious to a lot of people. You have to like explicitly go out of your way to learn that. So you really only need the beginner stuff. You should just be using like string. Maybe use generics, maybe number, you know, nothing too crazy, and that's fine. And generics are more advanced? For now, yeah. For sure. Alright, we have lots of info now. Right, the other resource, by the way, if you really want to get good at TypeScript, is Matt Pocock. And so he's got like these great courses and stuff where you can just take this course. Some of his stuff is paid, but he's got a lot of free stuff too. He also has a lot of YouTube videos that are very useful. I personally have found some of his stuff very, very useful. How to get spatial audio working? Yeah, we already got it done. Now we're working on something else. What are we working on? Adding game objects. Right, yeah. Because the bombs, it wasn't what I was expecting. Because you see this? They don't have user IDs. Add game object or other. Okay, so here's where we are. Game object. Wherever this is coming from, these game objects is not what I want. Which comes from original game objects, which is set game objects. Which comes from here. And that comes from set game objects, which comes from here, which comes from the game objects that the server is sending to the client. It doesn't include the user ID. And that's busting everything. Okay. So maybe this explains why there's a bug. This is probably going to add like another bug. Knowing the code for Dinomight. Alright, so that's one game init. We don't have to worry about that. What we do have to worry about is this new tile stuff. I'm using a framework like Phaser. Yes, I'm using a framework like Phaser just for rendering. I can swap it out for Pixie, I can swap it out for 3JS. I'm using my own entity component system for Phaser. But yeah, I also use React very heavily. And I really want to switch to 3JS. I really, really want to switch. It's just so super cool. I can't contain my excitement. Why do I want to switch? Why don't you want to switch? It's just 3D and it's cool. I really want to switch because it has this nice way of doing stuff, like React 3 Fiber, which is by the Poindmanders group. I mention them a lot. It's super awesome. A lot of the stuff they do is super awesome. They made Zoostand and Jowtie and there's so much other really cool stuff. They even have, like, I used Detect GPU. I didn't know that they made it. This one, a bit of hit or miss for me. But then they also have this really horrible thing you can do, which they released not too long ago. Oh, where is it? It's really horrible. This one, it's fine. It's great. It's fine. Totally fine. Everything's great. But the reason I like this React 3 Fiber is because it's very performant. So you get the performance of 3JS inside of React, and it's great. Like, I could make really complex games with this. You can make advanced 3D games. You could probably do 2D games in it too, just fine. You just fix the camera. What would I say has the most lines of code on Foony? Rendering, user interaction, server, or game logic? Oh, that's a tough one. Because the server includes game logic. I'm not sure. I want to say most of the code lives on the front end. Like if I count lines of just clients, I think it's going to be a lot less. Oh, I think count lines is just counting all of Foony, no matter where I do it. Oh wait, I know there's a way to do this where like I select up to the next. I'll just use it. I'll do this. Doop. There we go. Okay, so the client is 88,000 lines of code? Yeah, so the client is definitely the biggest. Whereas server is only like 12,000 lines. If you want to add simple iterator to an object, TypeScript's complaining doesn't exist on type empty object. Outside of TS ignore. So the problem is like it thinks it's an empty object, whereas here, like maybe it would, well, would it be happy with this? I'm not sure actually. Yeah, so it's not happy with that. You just have to specify that it's an object. Never mind. Does that work? Fine. Do this then. And now I think you can do symbol dot iterator. Maybe. It's because it's a key string. It's Let's see. Oh. Oh yeah, it's not happy because maybe that's why. Well, it's not a string. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Because I can clearly say the number of times I've done this is 0. We might be okay with this. Of course, now you have to specify it. So I guess you could do something like this. Secret overlay view, do not use or you will be fired for Google Maps. Is that actually a thing? Please tell me that's actually a thing. Because I've seen stuff like that before. Oh, come on. There's like nothing here. Oh, it actually is a thing. That's amazing. Secret skeleton, do not use or you'll be fired. Secret marker, secret rectangle, polyline. Well, what is this? I don't even... What am I looking at here? What does it do though? It's secret. You can't talk about it. It's like the Fight Club. It's fine. But this is awful. This lets you do horrible, horrible things. Like, use the nearest parent and all sorts of crazy, ridiculously crazy stuff that you can really dig down into the internals of React with this and do horrible, horrible things. Should you ever use this? No, don't use this. If you need to ask, the answer is don't. That is only for people who really know what they're doing. Kind of like the same thing for DynamoDB. You don't use DynamoDB if you need to ask if you should use it. The people who are going to use DynamoDB already know that they need to use DynamoDB. You have no clue what it does? Look at the code. The code is the best source of documentation. I mean, like, it's a source of truth, right? Like, if you don't have documentation for what it does, see what it does. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is busted. User ID returns true if bomb was placed. Debomb action this set. So obviously, it's setting it for the player. So we just have to specify the user ID. I cannot believe that was missing. It's missing because I don't have any kind of type inference here. But you know what? I think it's possible to get typed information for this. Because it's just a string, right? But you can take that string and then you can bust it apart into like a list. And then you can iterate over like some type. I think I could do something here where I figure out, based on the game ID, what the exact type is. It would be gross, but it's doable. Okay, so now it comes up with Game Objects Delta, which comes from through Explosion. Okay, so that one's fine. Don't need to worry about Game Objects Delta. I think it's good. If that one line of code fixes the bugs for Dinomight, I will be so happy. Which bug? All of the bugs. There's a bug in Dinomight where the client thinks it can place multiple bombs sometimes, and it thinks it can place like one extra bomb. And I think the reason that's happening is because the server might not be telling the client the correct user ID of where who owns a particular bomb that got placed on the map. And so then the client doesn't attribute it to the player. And so it thinks the player can still place an extra bomb. Because it doesn't realize... I think this might actually fix it. We'll see. It could also introduce other bugs. There's really just no telling. Sometimes coding is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Not a bug, just a feature? It could be. Coding a safe chemistry? Yeah. You explode stuff a lot in code. It's fun. Okay, so if everything is right, now everything should have a user ID. I think it worked. Everything is working now. I think we fixed bugs, Fist. I think we fixed some bugs. And the sound is pretty good too. No bug can escape me. Well, I don't know if I'd put that. I don't know if I'd put it that way. I think quite a few bugs do escape me, unfortunately. But we are making progress. When am I deploying fresh stuff? Soon. Definitely today. So hold on to your hats, and we're gonna do a deploy soon. Hold your beer and watch this type of deployment? Could be. Could be. Also, welcome Yan. Alright, so it should yell at me a whole bunch of times if we have any bombs that are not attributed to a player. You know what? Let's up it up. We'll make it a little bit more. 100 players. So if everything goes well, it's kind of working. It's also kind of loud sometimes. It's still a lot. It's still a whole lot. I think I want to reduce the range just a tiny bit. So what if I do 15 instead? No, I'm gonna do 10. Arbitrary cutoffs. For now it's okay because Dinomight is the only game with spatial audio. I think it works. More peaceful? Definitely more peaceful. How loud is this for y'all anyways? Okay, so it's about as loud as the soundtrack. Okay, not too bad. I'm just gonna make sure I don't make it too loud here. I think it works. Okay, so next step is we'll take that. I'm gonna go commit this real fast. There's multiple stuff. Ooh. I love updates, except when I have to update my stuff. Like, as long as I don't have to update my code, that's usually okay. So is there anything new in here? Update submodules. Okay, that's cool. There's nothing really improved as far as Whistle. Okay, let's see. Bubble imprisoned. If this dot is self, I don't think we need that anymore either. Alright, so that's done, and now we also need to go through here, and when we break an image, when an egg breaks, we want it to play a sound thingamabobber. So here we go, egg boom. Oh, it does play a sound. SFX egg break. It's supposed to play a sound anyways. Maybe I typoed it. Either that, or it's just like super duper quiet and doesn't actually... Then it looks like it's fine. All right. So let's see, last game object. Which is this thingamabobber here. Alright, perfect. So now we have like power up and all that other jazz. So let's see what we have here. So we have power up here, and then we have bomb range and speed. Has no overlaps, that's impossible. And do you need to learn SQL before learning MySQL? It's... I mean, they kind of go hand in hand, I'd say. A lot of it. Just learn what you need. So be really careful with this. Whenever you're trying to learn a subject, don't learn it super deep. Just learn what you need to solve the task that you have. You have a problem, you use programming to solve the problem. You don't go into programming being like, I want to learn React and TypeScript, and I'm going to go learn all of the hooks for React and how all of it works. You don't do that. You're really limiting yourself. Because guess what? I don't do tutorials. I haven't done tutorials, you know, like, it's just not something you really need to spend a lot of time on. So just learn what you need and call it a day. If you spend all your time doing tutorials, then you're not going to spend your time learning. Exactly, Ghostly. So we have map tile, and we also have game object tiles. Okay, so a map tile has that. Alright, so that's what we're looking for. Dinomight game objects. Let's see what this is. They're bomb, extra bombs. Oh. It's called extra bombs and range. And speed. I got it. I figured it out. Okay, else if. Oh, that even gives me auto completion right there. So we have multiple. We've got bomb, range, and speed. Okay, so should we play as sounds if somebody else gets a power-up, or only if you get a power-up? Only if you? Okay. You bought a K6? What's a K6? Is that like a kinesis or something? This one's gonna be range and speed. There we go. A keycron. Oh wait, isn't that the thing that lets you type super mega fast if you're a steganographer? Or something? Oh, never mind, it's just a keyboard. Okay. The Carrick order, okay. There's so many things. Goodness gracious. This is really pretty, Next. This is such a beautiful keyboard. What keys do I have in my keyboard? All of them. I even have a right control. I have F, yeah, I've got all the keys. It's a full keyboard, right? I even have like a key for calculator. I don't know why I need these. I got a key for computer. I've got a key for, I mean, really the calculator one's actually useful. Oh, which type of switches? Daisy. They are Varmilla switches, Daisy switches, these ones. They're extremely light on the actuation force, like super light. Yeah, 30 newtons force. Or centinewtons or whatever. It's super, super light. I don't know what centinewtons is in grams. Okay, about 30 grams. The Gatoron switches? Brown. Wow, that's a lot more actuation force. See, I was going for something that was super, super, super light because I didn't want to damage my hands since I normally like mash the keyboard really hard anyways. So I like the ones that have very low actuation force. Okay, so this is removing game objects. Which I guess we don't need to worry about. We only care about if it's creating game objects. So it was extra bombs, and it was range, and speed. Oh, wait a minute, that's not right. I love mechanical keyboards. Like, once you go mechanical, you don't go back. You really don't. I remember when I joined Google and they gave me one of those regular keyboards, a membrane keyboard. I almost felt like insulted almost. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, Dante, of course I'm still streaming. The only kind of membrane keyboard I'll tolerate is a laptop keyboard, just because it's like a laptop. It's like, you're not expected to do much typing on that. Hi, Fracture. 7 hours? Yeah, pretty much, Vest. Okay, so if it's extra bombs, range, or speed, then it will play a sound, SFX power up here. And then we have something about power-ups somewhere right around here-ish. Is this VS Code? No, it's IntelliJ IDEA. VS Code is really good too. So if you're using VS Code, don't feel bad. It's a really good one. And it's cheaper too. Okay, because it's range counts. Speed count and extra bomb count. Got it, got it. NeoVim, this is true. NeoVim is free as well. But you're gonna spend a lot of time configuring NeoVim and getting good at NeoVim to where you're like as fast or faster than someone who's using IntelliJ or IDEA. And I don't know, I feel like I move plenty fast through my code using IntelliJ. So it doesn't, I don't really think I'm gonna get the performance out of something like NeoVim. I've seen Primogen code. He's pretty fast. But I don't know, I just... How long did it take Primogen to get as fast as he is? And is it faster? I don't know. Let's see, this is power up. Let's power up underscore up here. Read this? Yeah, definitely next. Or sorry, August. Probably gonna skim through some of this though, because Next.js is still really new to me. I haven't spent too long with it. Some quality of life improvements. Can we get like a dark mode for this? No dark mode? Is there like a reader mode? Great. Ship some quality of life improvements. Fast refresh. Hot reload. I like hot reloading. I mean, of course, that's wonderful. TypeScript auto install. That sounds fantastic. The light hurts your eyes? Don't worry. I got you covered. Next feature image is now stable. Okay, this is great. So this is before we were doing like all sorts of stuff in next feature image, so I like how it's stable. Modification, that's great. Implementation, short. Next.js features. Claim a free ticket, yeah. Oh yeah, if you haven't already, get your tickets to Next.js.org. It's the thingamabobber, it's got pretty tickets, so of course you want them because they're pretty. And there's like a cool little, like look at this, ooh, pretty rainbows. Everybody likes rainbows. Except people who don't like rainbows, but they're missing out. See? Cool stuff. If you're wondering how this works, I think they used... It was either Pusher or they used one of the other ones. Right, so TypeScript auto install, let's see, built-in support. This is good. I like the automatic configuration. It'll be interesting to see how well it's supported. But it's next dev, next build, this is pretty great. Hi Draft, how's it going? Can I share the URL? Which URL? Do you want the URL to the blog? Oh, wait, August just shared that one. Oh, the URL for NextConf? Yeah, sure. I'm missing the GIFs showing off the features. Well, they should have made it dark mode by default. Come on. Okay, hold on here. I have a solution. I have a solution. Oh, look at that npm dev stuff. Neato. So fancy. What are we working on today? We're working on adding sounds to Dinomight. We're almost done. And then after that, we're going to do a deploy. And then we're going to keep going down the list. So here's my list of things to do. All sorts of stuff. And we're making progress. Was I good at DSA before? I did some HackerRank, which is similar to LeetCode. Okay, so fast refresh. This was great. Image component, yeah, sure. If you used future image, it's probably pretty similar. Aspect ratio and stuff is great. Good that they're requiring the alt property. Always include an alt property if you're doing images for accessibility reasons and because of also SEO. Remote patterns, I'm not sure what that is. Oh, right, yeah, I think we used this actually. Disable image optimization, sure, whatever. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Seems like the biggest thing is just like the TypeScript stuff. Make any website be dark mode? Like, doing data structures and algorithms is actually how I got into Google, because I had to do data structures and algorithms to get an interview, because I went through the foobar thing. Yeah, definitely. And it's up to 100 players as well. I don't hear the eggs when it breaks. I think I hear the power-ups now, though. Is it the pop sound? Not sure. But y'all can let me know how it sounds. Hi, Matt. Oh, I got eliminated. Oops. Okay. So we got the power up here, all that stuff. Do I use HTML5 canvas? I use Phaser, which uses HTML5 canvas under the hood with WebGL. So we got all that done. We're done. We added everything except for Meteor Fall. So for the Meteor Fall, I think we've got something on here for meteors. Doopy doopy doo. All we have to do is how's the spatial sound going? Oh, we finished. We finished all sound. And we added all sound. Well, this is the last sound we're adding. After this, we're doing a deploy. Okay, so we now added the meteor fall. So all I have to do for this is play a game with really, really low round time. Verify it works, yep, cool. I just redid all the configuration stuff so that it plays a little bit nicer, I hope. Alright, it works. But it's really quiet. Will I be attending the Next.js conference on October 25th? I don't know. Maybe remotely. We'll see. But not as like anything special or anything, just as a regular. Just like everyone else. Alright, I think we're done with everything. So get location, set location. I guess this is separate from everything else. Yep, we are deploying. On it, Fist. Dynamite tile columns. I don't think we actually use dynamite tile columns. Yeah, we don't. So we can just not export this. Get selected player. Do we use that? I think we might. Yeah, I think we do. You learned React 3 Fiber today? That was fast. Next. That was really fast. How are you liking it? You built this. You built it. Okay, so wow, already in a day. Nice one. This is cool stuff. Yeah, that looks like React 3 Fiber, alright. Use an example. Alright, well, either way, it's still pretty cool. And one of the neat things about React 3 Fiber is, let me get the plugin real fast. There's an extension for this, I think. Where it helps you debug them or something. I think. I could be wrong. Maybe not. Yeah, something like this. I wonder if this will actually work. Is it actively maintained? Is this gonna, like, hack me? Last update 2 years ago? No, I'm not using that. I thought there was a better way of like figuring out and like debugging this. I'm sure there is. I just don't know it off the top of my head. Okay, so I'm just checking all my sound, making sure we've got everything good. Yeah, seems pretty good to me. Okay, now the last thing I want to do is I want to play around with the audio just a tiny bit, just to make sure I can hear everything. The volume of the specific track from 0 to 1. Ah, I can't increase it past 1. That's unfortunate. Oh, yes I can. Alright, I'm just gonna make it super loud just so I can test it. But the sounds should be pretty quiet anyways. I still don't hear it. And maybe it doesn't actually play. Okay, now I can hear it. Yep. Okay, so 10 is a little bit too loud. Maybe 7. Thanks, Wolf. Okay, maybe 7's still too loud. Let's try 5. You like the sounds too? Thanks, Nex. I mean, I only have to implement them. Okay, we need to increase the meteor sound. It's too quiet. Two years definitely a long way. Thanks. Let's try 3x the meteor sound. Okay, that might be a little too loud. So let's try just 2. Yeah, you bet, Leech. You can play it now on Foony.com. And we're about to do a deploy to add all of the sounds. I think 2x is still too loud. I mean, like, it makes sense because it's a big ol' heavy meteor, but I think 2x is still too loud. What happens when a player leaves or pauses an ongoing Foony game? Game continues. Game doesn't wait. Game is server authoritative. It just continues on. What happens if a player leaves? It depends on the game. Games handle leaving differently. Typically it kicks them out of the game and usually it just works just fine. I almost want to make it a little bit more spatial. I'm gonna increase the roll-off factor to 0.09. And I'm also gonna reduce the sound even more. Sudoku? Yeah, maybe eventually we can add Sudoku. Sudoku is a lot of fun. I like it a lot. So Fist, I haven't experienced that bug. Ever since fixing the server, I haven't experienced the bug where you can place extra bombs. I think it might be fixed. Allow you to test? I will. What will I use for deploying? My script. It's a real simple one. So I have like a little script, I just run it, and what it will do is it will go through all of the tests, and if everything passes, it deploys the client and server. I don't have to think about it, it just works. So there we go. Now it's deploying. Oh, sorry, August, I think I missed your thing. Can I show how one would extend a type to include all of the properties of the original but with one additional? Oh yeah, very easy. All you do is you say it's a particular type, and then you do like an ampersand, curly brackets, whatever else you want. What am I making? I'm making Foony. Social multiplayer games you can play for free with all of your friends. No need to sign up. You just click on play. You're good to go. So like for example, I can make a lobby of something like 4 in a row. I just share the link. It's good to go. Or you can play chess, and this isn't like your regular chess. You can do things like host versus everyone, where the owner of the room will be on one team and then everybody else goes on the other team. And it's pretty crazy. And see how it says max players 1,000? That's because the max players is 1,000. You can have like 1v900 or something, or you can round robin on both teams. Something we need to do soon is for Funo. This is like another game which sounds very similar to Funo, but there's lots of options too. You can play double-sided cards, you can play out of order, where it's someone else's turn, but the exact card on the deck is the same as one of yours in your hand, and so you can really sneakily play it real fast. You can also do last one standing, where instead of it being the first person to lose all their cards, it's the last person to lose all their cards. You can also do things where you adjust like the minimum and maximum cards to draw, so that instead of picking up cards, you lose cards. So this pairs really nicely with last one standing. There's all sorts of stuff. How do I make money off of this? I stream it on Twitch, and then there are some really gracious people who who sub to me and gift subs and stuff like that, and that helps pay for this kind of stuff. Other than that, there's a shop where you can buy stuff, you can buy special cosmetics, show off a little bit, but we're gonna improve this later on. Oh yeah, there's also shop music. Is having 1,000 requests in API versus 1,000 requests in WebSocket different? Yes. So with 1,000 requests in an API SHA, you're going to have to be validating, like authenticating a user every single time. With a WebSocket, you authenticate them one time, and then you just have an open connection. So it's going to have less overhead whenever you're sending packets back and forth. It's also, I had issues with head of line blocking when I was just sending packets, like actual normal requests, and a lot of my head of line blocking problem went away when I switched to WebSocket. If you're not familiar with head of line blocking, it's where you have a bunch of requests that you want to send, and so your browser will send a couple of the requests, and then as this is happening, you're still getting more requests to send because you're still doing stuff, and the browser can't send the packets fast enough, so that just keeps building up, and you get longer and longer delay. So your latency is increasing, the game is feeling slower and slower, and it feels like it's getting really laggy, and this is part of head of line blocking. So one of the things I did to eliminate a lot of this was switching to Socket.io. And there are better alternatives to Socket.io. If you're scaling and Socket.io is running into issues, you can use something called Move WebSocket, which will give you better performance. And then if this isn't enough, you can do something like Socketty, where it's basically you host a pusher instance. And if you don't want to deal with that, and you're a small company, then you can use, I forget, Socketty versus, maybe it'll show up here. Oh, it doesn't show up here. I always forget what it's called. It's a really good one though. Yeah, no, take care of your artifacts, and glad you're here. The previous one I showed. Which one? Move WebSockets? Yeah, sometimes I move a little fast on my explanations. Replicache, that's the one. Yeah, so this one's free if you're small. I haven't tried it personally, but take a look at this, it's pretty cool. I think Adam Lamore, or Elmore, was using this one earlier, so if you caught a stream, then this is Replicache, this is what he was using for his real-time game that he's making. And we're deploying. Oh, and is Foony pay to win? No, it's not. There's nothing pay to win in Foony. Hi, Bertoy. What am I using for my game? What am I not using? I'm using Firebase, unfortunately, Nui, TypeScript, React, Phaser, Howler, Kubernetes, AWS SDK for some things. A lot. There's a lot. Is it plain WebSocket? It's Socket.io. Because Socket.io means I have to spend less time thinking about it. So it just works. It's decent. What's the max connections I have with Socket.io? I'm not sure. You heard it's not scalable? I don't know. I don't know what the max number is. So far, it's been fine. But if you want to stress test Foony and tell me how many players can be on a single server doing stuff, then I'd appreciate it. Don't feel like you're going to take down all of Foony because there's multiple servers on the back end. So as long as you just hammer one server, you should be fine. And it's deployed. Worry about scale when I reach it? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've worried about scale to where if I need to scale up Foony, I think I can do it pretty quick. Like a huge DDoS? Oh my god, DDoS are so annoying. What's the highest I had? So, I think Coding Garden played Foony once. They played like 4 in a row. And there were like 50 people in the room all moving their cursors constantly, trying to be like, go here, don't go there, etc. And it was just fine. What a heartbeat and a ping pong and a WebSocket was? Okay, posture check already. So you'll have like ping and pong. It's like the server will send a ping or something, and then the client will respond with a pong. And this is just ensuring that the connection is still there. And sometimes you'll also do other things with a ping and a pong. You'll figure out what the time difference is between the client and the server. You can also figure out the latency with it. What's posture check? It's where I sit up, basically. Try to fix my posture a little bit. Alright, so that's done. What do we have now? Tip username, add sounds is done. So, yeah, that word. Absolutely, Dante. You got it. Increase the size of the map a tiny bit. Ooh. An unending list, basically. Okay. Now the question is, at what points is it too small? So, here we go. We're gonna go with 4 players. I think this is good. I think there's enough space between players. That's good. Okay. What if I increase the bot count to 5? Is this still enough space between players? Typora is paid? Yeah, it is. But Graham gave me a free key, so I get to use it. It wasn't free for him, it was like a gift, but I've decided, so I'll be using it for the next few days at least. A new note-taking application? Yeah. How does the space between players change with the increasing number of participants? A very frustrating to deal with algorithm. Okay, so is this enough space between players? You can kind of see here, there's like 3 eggs. I think we can increase it here. Okay, so this was what, 3, 4, 5, 6 players? That's too big? Too big, what do you mean? I'll show you exactly, Dante. But essentially, the server sends the players a map, and the map is encoded where 1 byte is 1 tile. And it's small enough that even with 100 players, it's not sending a lot of data. Yeah, I'm wondering, is this too small? Is it too big for the number of players? So there's 3 eggs at most between players. You think it's fine? What if I made it slightly bigger? Oh wait, I meant to make it bigger. So what do I do 100? Is it still 3 spaces? I think it's either 3 spaces or 5 spaces. So this is jammed. So this is too small? Yeah, Nex is busy doing all sorts of stuff. Okay, so this is too small. I believe this is still 3 squares. So if that's too small and the other doesn't seem too small, they're too close. Okay. I think we can do something here. I think what we'll do is we'll try and make it just a little bigger. The joystick appears only... No, the joystick is if I click. So if you use if you hold down your finger or you click, the joystick shows up. It's only on the left side. We made a joystick component earlier, and that's how it works. That's pretty cool. Here it is. Joystick, yay. And it's not that bad either, like look at that. 200 lines, where half of it is comments and style. People playing on PC or laptops without touchscreens, well, those people have mice. So they play with a mouse. I mean, not a mouse. Those people have keyboards. They play with the keyboard. Up, down, left, right, arrow keys. It's a better experience. We need to add gamepad support too. We should add gamepad support to the joystick thing too. Like, why not? I said mice. Yes. The plural of a mouse is a mice. Or is mice. Come on. Now this is the algorithm that does the whole thing. This is the one that generates a map. And it is one heckin' hard thing. Special case for 5 to 6 users, have a height of 3. I don't know what the hey who heck is going on here. So we have cell width -1. I think that's based on number of cells. And then we have real cell height. One thing I could do, instead of doing it algorithmically like this, I could have like an array, you know? So you'd have something like this. And then it would just be like, what is in the top left? Which would be like... something kind of like this. And then so you would do that for the top left, bottom right, top right, left, bottom, and then center tiles. It would make a lot more sense. The most disgusting thing you've ever written? Sure. Oh, it's for work? Okay, just DM me or something and I can show it later. Or I can look at it later. You found your clothing iron, but it's got like 8 switches on it. That is a lot. What kind of networking are you doing? I just have 1 switch. It's enough. Okay, so cell size, I think this is what we want. All we have to do is take whatever cell size is and increment it. Oh, here we are. Number of tiles in the cell. So if the user ID's length is less than or equal to 4, then 8 else 6. Well, what if I keep it 8? What happens? August, if that is the most disgusting thing you've ever written, that's nothing. Let me show you disgusting. Because I can show you disgusting if you want to see. If you want to see bad code, you want to see ugly stuff, check this out. So here we go. This functional component accepts these props. And it's got all sorts of crazy stuff that happens. And then here's how it modifies like the input changes and stuff, and here we go with the on change. Alright, great. We got set values, input values, handle change, whatever that means. Setting the input value and checking to see if the user had input, and if so, then not setting the values. Okay, great. This is you understand the code? You understand the code? Great, wonderful. That makes one of us. So, alright, now, that was pretty gross, but maybe not the grossest thing. You want to see worse? You want to see worse? I can show you worse code. You want to see like a heap of trash, a dumpster fire? Let's see. What piece of code is the worst piece of code? I know Create Room does some pretty gross stuff. If you actually go into it. Update public room. Yeah, something like this. And then somewhere around here, it'll end a room or something. Oh, where is it? Maybe it's this create game session. Yeah, this is probably... This one's pretty gross. Look at that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 parameters. Jeez. And it's just absolute awful. But it does a lot more stuff inside, internally, where it ends old game sessions if they exist, and it's so hard. It's so hard to make changes to this code. I just need to tear it out. Alright, let's see. What was I looking at? We were doing... increasing the size of the map. Wow. So what, this guy, the 70-year-old, is the new king? That is incredible. Right, August? I mean, I thought she's gonna live forever. How old was she? She was really old. "96 years old. It's a pretty good time. I liked all of her wholesome messages that she'd send to people. She'd send people like these really nice letters and stuff, which was really cool. The inverse of 96 sounds nice. I'm sure it does, Dante. That's what you think about? Okay, I guess like you saw the picture of the queen and... Oh goodness. Let's see. The inverse one over 96. Thank you, Beef. Let's see. Why is this still failing? So as soon as this starts up, oh come on. Failed to prepare environment. I have a plan. Let's just do this. Oh, now it works. I agree, Beef. Alright, so normal should still be fine. Yep. And if I do multiple, like 5-ish. Oh. I feel like this is too big. I think this might be a little bit on the big side. Half an hour to midnight. Nice. Take care, Dante. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it a lot. Hmm. And take care, Dante. I haven't decided yet if I want to take tomorrow off or not. Let's see, what I wanted to do is I wanted to test this with like more than just 5 people. So let's say I do 6 people. So that's 7 total. See, look how much space there is now. There's like 8 spaces. So what, it's either 3 or 8? That's a lot of difference. Okay, what if I do 8 players? Okay, 8th player still has a bunch of space. Okay, so there's still 8 spaces. I feel like that's pretty good though. I feel like that's pretty good. So what, if there's 9 or more? Maybe we just, or I just leave it like this. Because what, this was 8 spaces away? So what happens if I do like 100 players? Does it get slow? Alright, so I mean that works pretty well. Alright, let's just try this then. So there's 5 spaces here currently. And if I do, let's just say 9 players. There's 8 spaces. I think so at 10 players is when it goes crazy. Yeah. So as soon as it hits 10 players, it's perfect. So I think what I really want to do then is if user ID length is less than or equal to 4 or user ID's length is greater than or equal to 10. Alright, so if I do 4 players or less, it should be perfect. And then as soon as I do more than that, it should be fine. Yeah, this seems fine. It's a little on the cramped side though. But it's kind of a large area too. This is with 5. Okay, 5 is a little on the small side. Could use a little bit of help. Oh yeah, that's too small. That's way too small. Alright, so 4 players, totally fine. I do 5 players. I guess that's fine. Well, It seems like it's a bit big though. Let's try this. We're gonna shrink it just for 5 and 6 players because they're gonna be on a slightly larger map. And then as soon as we go past that, we'll expand it. Alright, let's try this. So now, we have 5 players, but should still be relatively small. But because there's so many players, you probably have some space to actually explore. So at 5 players, we could do it where like they always spawn in the top left, top right, center, bottom left, and bottom right. And then at 6 players, we could do... As soon as you hit 6, there's gonna be a player who's near the other. Maybe that's okay. Let's try at 7. Yeah, I think we want to expand it at 8 players. 7 just seems like not quite enough. They even have sound too? Okay, I guess we didn't fix that part of it. The movement should be identical. Like, we didn't change anything with movement. But it should be a little less buggy now. Maybe it's just like, you think it feels sharper, but it's not actually, you know? Like you're expecting it to be better. But see, this is your mistake. Your mistake is thinking like, me deploying something means less bugs. I wouldn't be so sure about that one. Okay, so let me know if this feels any better. We'll do another deploy. I'm hoping I got it right, like on like the feels part of this. So as soon as you hit 8 players, the space expands. And if you're at 7 players, then it's the smaller area, which is a bit crowded, but there's a bit of extra space still because like the whole area is not completely taken up. Alright, so that's done. Let's add a message here explaining what we did. Yeah, I heard next. Hmm. 5 to 7 players choose a smaller. Well, the way I see it best is it depends. Do you want to be 96, but do you want to feel like you're in your 20s or 30s? Because that's what I want to feel like. And that's kind of this whole like longevity thing. It's about like not aging. Like as far as years old, you're older, but you don't age. So you still feel really young. You can still do stuff. You can still like run a marathon. Yeah, I heard 5G. Age gracefully? Something kind of like that, Beef. It's the whole like longevity thing. You know, exercise, staying fit, eating healthy, not getting too much sun damage. It's something that's not really possible currently. Like, it's just becoming possible. So you'll have to wait another 20, 30, 40 years But the idea is that you start now, so that by the time the technology is there, it's not too late. So that's kind of like why I'm trying to be healthy now, because in, you know, I want to make sure that there's like a curve, and each year this curve is like getting better and better, and eventually it'll hit a point where the life extension is increasing faster than like 1 extra year per year, meaning that you'll start getting younger again, potentially. But we're not at that point yet. It's going to take time to get there. It's been increasing for I'm not sure how many years, a long time. But it depends on the rate of technology, I think. But the point is that you want to make sure you're as young as possible so that you're under that curve or whatever. Let's see. Something like this. Left Google so you can be fully remote? Basically. So I couldn't work at Google fully remote. I wanted more freedom, and I wasn't getting that freedom. So I wasn't getting the freedom I wanted. I had a fixed cap on how much I could make. So if I wanted to work super duper hard to make lots and lots of money, I couldn't really do that at Google. And it just wasn't, yeah, it wasn't like, I didn't feel particularly challenged or whatever in my role, so. Let's see. Yeah, so here you go. You see this life expectancy from birth? Well, I mean, like, deaths from babies is not great here. It would be nice if that was excluded, because most of us are older than that. But you can see that it's increasing. And there's like this projection here. But the point is that it's supposed to be increasing faster and faster, though here it looks more logarithmic. I don't know. Just give it time. Hopefully it increases faster and faster. Well, with technology, it should hopefully start picking up. Alright, what's our next step? Increase size of map. Yep, that was done. Plant respawns after the server kills you because it was freed from a bubble. Oh, that's a tough one. Shows client as still alive even though the client is dead. Here's your plan. Let's see. Oh, the cryonics thing? That's really pricey, but yeah, this is... I need to sign up for this at some point. It's something I was hoping I could get my mom on, but I couldn't afford it at the time. Alright, so changing the bomb collision so it's client-sided. We could do that. We can also add a system for gems. All of these ones are tough now. Oh, this one's easy. Let's do this one. Yeah, it's okay, beef. Hover over colors in PaintJob to see a label of what the color is. Oh, I think there's no local game server. The way I see it is that there's, you know, an apocalypse doomsday every couple of years. You know, you had the 2000s, you had the Mayan calendar, you had all this other stuff. I just ignore it. And it's just a bunch of noise. Okay, so we've got select a color, but it doesn't tell you what the color actually is. So this should be pretty easy to fix. Select a color. Oh, I didn't know we could do this. You can select a color. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Now this is an area that you want a use callback. You're magical. It watches dirt. Wow, nobody's ever done that before. That's incredible. How'd you do it, Wolf? No, that's really cool. I'm proud of you. Well done. Okay, so anytime is color toggle is seen or set anchor element, it adds and removes. Yeah, that's easy enough. Who watches the file watchers? That's a real question. Do I put a color tooltip on this so people know that they can press the C button to toggle between the colors? I think I don't want it. We can just remove it. Because I'm thinking like, we'll have too many tooltips if we have that. Can you tell how bored you are? Man. Yeah, I can totally see it. But you make a lot more money than someone like me who's just doing this. But this is more fun. Just meetings all day? Oof. Alright, so what we need to do here is something with the color. Oh, but we don't have names for the colors. All we have is hex. I don't know what color this actually is. Oh goodness. Okay, I have a solution. What we do... Wait. We pass the name of the color into the color, right? Because we do have names of the colors. Thank you so much, Rishi. Thank you very much. I appreciate the sub. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Prime subs. Yeah, they're fantastic. Definitely use your Prime sub if you haven't, like, because otherwise it goes to waste. So, thank you. Let's see. Scene colors. Okay, we need to know what the actual color is though. There should be something in here, which has like an item ID. Farming those primes? Yeah, in any way I can, August. Okay, here we go. So scene color, this color. Thank you so much, Posard. I hope I said that right. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. Let's see. So what we need to do... More primes. Yeah. Just reminded you? Oh, well thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. Name something that hasn't been developed before and you'll code it right now. Let me check my docs. Let's see. I don't know. Meme gen, except external. Something that can have like a community timestamp VOD thing where a streamer can have all their VODs and then they can let the community do timestamps or something. And the community can vote on what the time, like which timestamps are actually good or something. What else? Handshake is that's pretty boring. Let's see, site for buying something like that. Oh, a site to give job referrals. MemeGen, it's a Google thing. It's like you share memes and you can vote on the memes and you can leave comments. These are just random ideas, you know. I'm sure chat can come up with some even better ideas. Write it in chat. Oh, you already wrote it in chat. You can view this. It's on my... It's on this. So you can just take the idea doc from here. So you can just take a look at that. I'm not saying any of these are good ideas. They're just random things I came up with. Okay, so we've got set colors. So whatever value is, this is the value that we want. Event target handle color change. And what is value? Value is a number. How does any of this work? Oh, wait a minute. Wait, no, the PaintJob color tool comes with a color, but then how does it set the color to whatever the color is? So that's a number. Color, oh, it's a color group. That's from the color group, right. This thing's got all the colors in it, I think. Yeah, that's what it is. Color in scene colors, and this is gonna be visible paint colors. Okay. So you have a mapping of this to the color. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, and then here's the value, and then you pass in the color. Got it, got it, got it. So what is this? PaintJob color tool, and then this other one is color group. So the outer thing is the color tool. You found a golden party hat from last year's Christmas cracker? Is this RS3 or is this OSRS? An example of what staff suites do, look at their LinkedIn. Yeah, oh, wait, no. That's on my idea list. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well that's what I was, I figured that would be a pretty accurate representation. Is color toggle? Is color toggle? What is this color toggle? Okay, right, I remember now. How do I become so productive? Time. There was like a transition period where I left Google and I wasn't super productive, and then I kind of got back into the flow of where I normally am. So before I joined Google, and I was doing like small company stuff, or even before then, I was like basically how I am now, just doing lots of code and having fun and enjoying it. And then there's something about being at Google that just kind of like beat it out of me. And then it took me, I want to say about 6 months to get back up to speed to where I was. It might have taken longer. But being like Twitch chat really helps. It helps me stay focused. Okay, so that's what it is. Right, because it's for mobile and so it doesn't show all the colors. So let's start with that then. SD, yes, the machine learning model. My Bachelor C? You like mine? Let me check. I think it was safe. Actually, I think I have it on my... I think I made a gist for this. Oh, maybe I didn't. A gist of all the Foony NV Vars? No. That's not on here, is it? Okay. You made me look. I hope you're happy. A tool to auto-hide email, real name, personal location. Couldn't you just encrypt and decrypt? The point is not to encrypt, decrypt. The point is that you're streaming and you don't want to leak that kind of information. you don't want to dox yourself, which I do daily. So having something that can not dox you while you're streaming would be fantastic. There's something for VS Code. I don't know if there's really something for IntelliJ. And it doesn't really plug into like Windows. There's like so many ways that it doxes you. Even like an extension to make it where Google and Amazon don't show your info would be fantastic. Okay, let me make sure there's nothing in here. And then there's also another idea that I haven't written down because there's some other people who are kind of working on something similar and I didn't want to list it. Dedicated streaming internet browser? Yeah, that would work, Pants. That would definitely work. Maybe I should just do that. But it still doesn't solve everything, but that would solve a lot of it. Yeah, I mean, both Chrome and Firefox are good. I could just say... it's kind of hard to separate. It does help with some issues, though. Okay, let me just go through here and make sure I'm not leaking anything. This will be useful for me, too. If I ever lose my bash RC, I just get it right back. Okay, so there's like something in here. It doesn't seem like it really leaks anything particular. I mean, it kind of leaks an IP of some EC2 instance that is no longer available. I guess that's okay. Yeah, everything here is fine. If you code in a hoodie in a dark room, you can't get doxxed. This sounds very much like the Primogen. This is something that the Primogen would do. What does SSH vagrant at localhost do? What does that even mean? Vagrant. I don't even know what this is. I left a comment. I'm not sure what it is. You like my big inline functions? Let's see. Moving them up into the component doesn't make the code more readable. Wait, hold on, which big inline functions? Oh, you mean like how sometimes I'll just inline a function or something inside of like a component like this? Yeah, you know, it's fine. Oh, like the autocomplete. This, okay, this one's ugly actually. But yeah, I agree. You've seen the same ad at least 4 times. Oof. Well, I mean, if we keep playing ads, then eventually you're bound to see a different one. Here, let me go find like the ad button and we can play some more ads. I'm kidding, we're not doing that. Let's see, a thread of useful script kit app. What is this? Oh, this is cute. script kit. Oh, this is kind of like JavaScript. Select folder reader. So what? This is just very similar to ZX, except not ZX. Reader, select folder. Oh wait. Oh wait. Source. Okay, so this is ZX then, basically. Wait, so what's the difference between this and ZX? Because it seems nice. I actually kind of like this. This is cool stuff. Thanks for sharing, August. Who wrote this? Oh wait, it was me. What, do I have that in the code? I probably do. Oh, I don't. Oh wait, maybe I have it over in my gist. Okay, what is vagrant? When I think of vagrant, I think of like... Ah, it's a VM thing. I still don't... Okay, we're just gonna delete that. Pretend it's nothing. Fix OneDrive files. I'm just gonna leave that in there. Sure. I'm deleting a few things that are just really not necessary at all. The only way to write TypeScript is exclusively with arrow functions and nested arrow functions. Okay, so there, you know, there's a difference between function and the arrow function kind of thing. A function is going to get hoisted, whereas the arrow function is not really going to be hoisted. And you're supposed to, yeah, you're supposed to use the arrow functions more. I used function because I like to shoot myself in the foot, and because I like the way it looks, and it helps me distinguish between variables and not variables. But if you're trying to follow, like, the Airbnb style rules, it's gonna say to use the arrow functions. Using React? You bet! I love React, it does everything I want. There, I'll even put a fake quote in here for you. The Airbnb guide is outdated? In which way? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, it's a very long guide. Yeah, I think this is all pretty good. Okay. Oh wait, nope, I made it secret. Oh gosh, how do I make it not secret? I'm not sure how to make it public. How do I public it? Oh, fudge. Is Foony using T3 app? Not yet, but some of our other stuff is. Let's just delete this. And remake. hit edit again. Look, August, okay. Computers are hard. There we go. Add gist, what does it even mean? Oh, you can add a gist as a search engine. Okay. I missed the giant button that says make public. Look, buttons are hard. They're hard to press. You know, it got stuck. I couldn't press it anymore. This is cool though. Script kit. Seems like it's very much taking the way of ZX or something. Not that ZX. Maybe that ZX. AHK? What is that on? Well, yeah, I use auto hotkey, okay. I haven't in a while, but come on. Oh, come on, August. This was years ago. My new stuff, it says it's main. Alright, I prefer main. It's a shorter, to the point. Auto hotkey on old school RuneScape? Oh, I would never do such a thing. Need to refactor it? You know what? Yeah, I need to update that. Because it's not going to work on like all my new repos. And there we go. Yeah, I prefer main. It's shorter, more to the point. Do I have any test code for these components? You think I test my components? I use Storybook for that. Yeah, so all these stories basically are the tests for the JSX. But I do have some tests, kind of a few, a little bit, except it's more for like this real basic stuff. Like my little cyclic buffer thingamabobber. Very cute. Hover over colors, okay. So, for color of the color thing, okay, this is what we want. Oh, it's a radio. I don't think I can stick a typography element on the radio. It will get really upset with me. Let's do it anyways. What's the worst that can happen? Can we add Storybook to the poll app? Yeah, definitely August. How Git is fast in my Whizzle? Did I make any changes to it? The biggest thing, Tizzy, is that make sure if you're using Whizzle 2, 2 as in 2, the number 2 brought to you after the number 1 and before the number 3, 2. I know this is 4, but 2. Then it'll be really fast if you're doing it inside of Linux. So, if you notice, my path, this pwid, it's /home/acorn. This is inside of like the VM. If I were to access Mount C or something, which I'm not going to ls here because who knows what's there, then it would be slow. So make sure you're inside of actually the Linux stuff. As a game engine, we have full stack engineers. Look, I mean, there's no chance I could do anything close to how good Unity does it. Unity hires an army of incredibly talented people. All I can hope to do is a really cheap knockoff. He wrote one that would let you record a task and build a probability density function for it. That's fancy pants. I just realized what I said. It's really awesome. That's way fancier than what I did. I just used a normal distribution. So now what we need to do is get this color here and map it to the actual color. Did you really just clip that? Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. You need 2 clips? Goodness gracious. A dance. Oh, there's my dance for you. So I strongly suspect this is gonna be like, it'll tell me a bazillion, gazillion errors. Hey, it works! Check it out. I didn't think it would work. It didn't even yell at me. I mean, it yelled at me, but not for the reason I expected. It's okay, August. We'll set up Fossabot soon. Well, welcome FM. Greets from Ukraine. Yeah, we'll set up Fossabot. I think that's the one I want to use because it's open source. I'll set it up. Okay, we'll set it up. We will have it set up. I always say we. Come on, you know me. Alright, this works exactly as I wanted. That was shockingly easy once I stopped procrastinating. Which component slip? It is MUI. Yep. My people will have it set up. So how do I do it? I just mod you? Okay, but I've got my eye on you, so just, you know, you'll be fine, I'm sure. How do I do this? Oh. Okay. How long have I been procrastinating? How long has the stream been going on for? Bans all of chat. I would be shocked and upset if that happened. Line 230. It looks nothing like Mui? Yeah, so I used Mui, and then I removed all of Mui. That's weird. How does this radio thing work? Oh, I think I understand it. My favorite MMORPG of all time would probably have to be OSRS. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One thing I look for is a lot of content that's unique and different. And the other thing I look for is being able to just not do just combat. I want really interesting other things I can do besides fighting. Another thing is I want to be able to solo a bunch of it. I just enjoy being able to solo stuff. It doesn't have to be easy, it just has to be possible. And I want goals that I'm never going to achieve, and I think OSRS kind of gives me that. Like, in WoW, there's things that require groups of people, like big groups of people, so it doesn't qualify. I mean, it's not bad. I love the game. It's a great game. But it just doesn't qualify for my favorite. Same for a lot of others. Oh, it's happened with mods. Oof. I wonder if there's anything I can do to prevent that. Like, have an upper cap or something on how many bans a mod can give out. Because I would set that cap at like 1 a day. Or maybe 0 a day. I don't like banning. Okay, PaintJob. Add full tips for color names. So that one's done. You maxed out mining twice. That one's tough. What's my favorite skill to level? Probably Slayer. Yeah, I think I like Slayer. It's fun. Let's see. Oh, here it is. And that's what I did. I got to like 83 Slayer or so, and I just used Wild Pies or something so that I could boost up to 85. Have I ever played Silk Road? I don't think I did. Hi, Excess. Maybe I did. I don't know. I don't remember it. So it must have not been particularly memorable for me. I played Ragnarok. That was a lot of fun back in the day. I also played Conquer Online, which no one has ever played. So if anyone here has played Conquer Online, then I would be very surprised. Oh, you played Conquer Online, Mara? I used to play like a fire towel. I played long, long ago. Alright, so we did that. How many OSRS bots have I made? I only made like the one. I made some auto hotkey scripts just for doing like really tiny parts of like tasks. Like I would manually go to my bank and withdraw herbs, and then I'd have something, I just press a key and it would do my inventory. I was like, I know, ooh, a shocker. Because I didn't want to hurt my hands. A Ninja Trojan Archer. Oh, you played after me. Ninja wasn't out when I played. Did I play Elden Ring? I shockingly have not gotten around to it. I don't have a lot of time for games and stuff. Account age, badges, achievements, VIP age. Okay, so that one's gonna be kind of tough. Yeah, we don't have support for that yet, but we can support it eventually. Equipment that has special abilities. What are these arrows behind me? Those are not... Wait. Oh yeah, these arrows? These arrows that are not arrows? That is a dance pad. Sometimes, if I'm really feeling up to it, I'll show it off on stream. We did it once before. Okay, referral section that people can set at any time to set if you referred them. And what does it actually give? Okay, we could build a referral system. It's slightly more complicated. No longer have time to play games or enjoy them. Pretty much, Petty. Pretty much. So I think what I'll do is, if you do the dance thing, I'll do either the dance or the... I mean, maybe not today though. My side kind of hurts a little bit. I was doing some stretching or something yesterday. Let's see. Change from collision so it's client-sided. Yeah, not worried about that one. Okay, so this one... Oof. I'm not sure, Beef. What was this something? Oh, I was like stretching or something. Client responds after server kills you because it was freed from bubbles. Shows client is still alive even though they're dead. So what happens there? Was I playing frisbee golf? No, I was not playing frisbee golf. Unreal. Okay, so what I want to do is bubbles at... Does this actually free people from bubble? It might. Alright, so that bubbles them. I'm thinking of how best to reproduce this. They get bubbled, and then we free them. Shows client is still alive. So the client... responds after server kills because it was freed from bubble. Alright, I think I have a plan. It must be this. So we have the bubble transform and we have dino transform. We have a timeout that reverts the dino state back to the default, and then we have something that also clears bubbles number. There's 2 locations, so I think what's happening is maybe something like that. Any reason I'm using object-oriented programming in this code? Because it makes sense. This is more like game logic and stuff, and objects make a lot of sense here. And so, yeah. Towards the end of my streams, I try, okay? There's a lot, you know? It's hard to stay focused for 7+ hours where you've got like this split focus going on and you're trying to do like decently tough code. I mean, the code we're doing today is not particularly hard, but some days it is. Okay, so the question is, there's something going on that involves the bubble on the client side where it's showing the player. Am I using inheritance here? I don't use a lot of inheritance. Like, typically I just limit it to one level of inheritance where you have like an abstract class, and then maybe you have multiple things that, because they all have like the same method or something. I try not to do more than that, although there's like 1 or 2 examples in my code where it's a little bit more than that. How do we make JavaScript add a format string? That would be cool. Maybe eventually. Give it 5 years. So what I need to do is figure out... Okay, so this is the remove. And how does this work? This dino has died. Fade them out a bit and then delete them. So it sets the tweens, but then what we're doing is we're taking the tweens when they get bubbled or something, and we remove the tweens. And then this one never finishes. Oh. Okay, this is tough. So this is tough for a number of reasons. I think we fixed the bug, but this is tough for a number of reasons because the way it works is this entity component system, we're not really calling a method. We're just assigning a value. So we need to keep track of the previous value we saw when we're iterating over our system, and we get to this entity, and we have to compare the previous value to the current value, which only sometimes happens, so we can't really rely on that. So what we have to do instead is we need to set a value that says that this player is dead, and then if the player is dead, don't remove the transform tween, allow it to continue, and remove the entity as needed. So that's what we'll do. So this dot is dead equals true. Distracted. Yeah, this is I look to the left, you know, I start going fast and then whoosh, back to slow. It's fun though. I really have a lot of fun doing this. I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, and then it sets the tween. What I could do is I could just take it and like... bubble player. Oh, there we go. That's easy enough. We'll just not do the method if they're dead. It's that easy. Except we also have a callback here that we have to worry about. Check the chat. Very important. Oh, thanks, Cat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Beef. Let's see, did I miss anything important? Okay, bubble number. I think that one's okay. Bubble number, don't need to worry about that. This one. Sets the player to dead, sets the Antween. Perfect. I think we're good. I think that's it. Okay. Now, testing this is a little on the tricky side, but we can at least get something. Something else we need to do that's relatively important. Oh. Is we need to make it, this is going to be important so that people can't catch up to my level 40. We need to make it so that you only get experience based on the minutes that you actually spend playing. And the way we're going to do that is anytime you send like a command to a game, it's going to count that as a few extra seconds. And then we'll be able to figure out the number of total seconds a player has been active in a game. And it'll work fine. Oh, come on, don't kill me, don't kill me. Yes. Okay, Bruno, you win this round. Grayson, howdy! How's it going? Have I seen the name of the repo for Primogen's NodeConf? Tell me, August, I must know. I'm sitting on pins and needles right now. What a fantastic name. This is amazing. This is the name for my NodeConf EU project. I'm starting this. This is golden. This is quality code right here. This is quality code. Not RustConf. This is quality code. I've got to... Is this actually the Primogen? Oh yeah, must be. Okay. I gotta... Alright. Like this? Do a quote tweet? Hold on, okay. What's a quote tweet? I'm not sure how to do this. Official first version. Okay, so I do How do I do? What is a quote tweet? Tap a retweet, okay. Oh, quote tweet. So like this? This is what high quality senior level code looks like? Okay. So I should be able to see it now, right? Oh, as soon as it actually sends. Did I send it? I don't know if it sent. How do I know if it sent? Oh, there it goes. Oh, you can't even see it unless you click on That's unfortunate. Man, if only there was an edit. If only I could edit this. Soon enough. Delete it and redo? Okay, okay. So then what? Have I looked at the code? Oh, it's probably awful. I'm expecting it to be awful in some way. I'm expecting it to be super troll. Oh god. You got commented code. You've got just like... Why is this reassignable? Is it being actually reassigned? Please tell me it's actually being reassigned. It's not being reassigned. It could be read-only. It can probably be private as well. Oh god, it's just so many... Ugh. So how do I do this? You'd retweet it with this image? Oh, okay, okay, okay. So retweet quote, and then we go this. Oh, you know, I'll copy yours, August. It doesn't really... Okay, we can't do that. Don't worry, we got this, we got this. We can figure this one out. I have an idea. So the margin's gonna kill us, right? So let's do this. Let's add extra margin here. We need more margin on the bottom. There we go. Lots of margin. Maybe more margin. There. Lots and lots of margin. Twitter cropping? Don't worry, we got this. There. Is that okay? It's not really center, but I mean, it kind of works. I think we can maybe do a little bit better on center. That's okay. There. How's that? Trying to make it pixel perfect. It's good enough. No one's gonna notice. I mean, the top and bottom are a little off, but what are you gonna do? Oh yeah, definitely have to like this. You saw ducks? Yeah, I like ducks and dogs and cats. They're so cute. So it's on my Twitter. Okay. Alright, let's see. Do I center according to the blue text, or do you center according to text with the public fill script? I center based on like pixels that are not the background. So just imagine you have a crop on that and then center around it equally. My cookies tweet? Oh, you saw the... Yeah, I like that one, August. This is what I do on Twitter. I just try to mess around and do stupid stuff. If you're looking for high quality content that's gonna teach you stuff, I don't know, you might actually find some of that on my Twitter too. But that's not the main goal of it. Oh, you know what, August? That's a good idea. An app that adds exactly the right amount of blank space around an image to make it appear normal when uploading to Twitter. Oh yeah. Good idea. Let me add that to the list. Alright, there we go. What did it... Well, like, just a little sore. I'm not sure what happened. I just woke up, it felt a little sore on my left side. Meat and vegetables and candy and love and beer. This is amazing. Dietary requirements. This is so great. Like, these are so good. So mean, beef. So mean. Oh goodness. I got extra follows. Thank you so much. I'm doing pretty good, Ifer. I do eat meat. Who says I don't eat meat? It's just for health reasons. I still eat chicken and sometimes beef. I mean, yesterday I had some pepperoni. Or no, maybe the day before I had pepperoni. No, I'm not a vegetarian. I eat meat. Vegetarian-ish? Kind of, slightly, a little bit. I just care about health. Well, there's nothing else to it. So I think it works fine. I'm gonna try one more time because I didn't really see. But I think we got it working. So something that makes... If I normally do a game with like 100 bots, typically at least one of them will break in a way where they'll be like stuck. Exactly, this is a fitness stream. I updated my GitHub, by the way, just to really show what kind of stream we are. And you can see right here, fitness and pool streamer. So that is me. I am a fitness and pool streamer. Did I program all of this? Yes, I programmed all of GitHub by myself. No, I made Foony, but yeah. You bet, Craft. Took 2 years. Hot tub streamer. No, it's not gonna be a hot tub. It's gonna be a very chill tub. Nothing hot about it. A lukewarm tub. Yeah, probably lukewarm. It's gonna be like room temperature. Not this kind. No, I'll do like one stream when I hit 5k. So we're just checking to see that everything works properly. It looks like it does. Oh, come on, don't take my idea, Beef. Why does it say ex-engineer at Google? Because I no longer work at Google. I didn't have the freedom that I wanted. And it wasn't, like, I would have been okay without the freedom if there was unlimited upside potential at Google, but there was not unlimited upside potential at Google. So, because of that, I needed the freedom to stay there, and I didn't have the freedom, so I left. Add your name as a comment in Foony's codebase? I could do that. That's gonna be a very stupid stream. If you're expecting something that's not code related, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. Okay, let's see. I can't share my ideas too much. I don't want to spoil it. What do I think of Theo? I think Theo's got a lot of really great ideas, and I agree with a lot of them, but not everyone. Like, I'm sure there's like some things that we would probably disagree on. But am I using the same tech? Yeah, for the most part. Though Foony does not use quite the same tech, because it's been 2 years in the making, and this is like my first big project after Google. So, I didn't know about Planet Scale, I didn't know about Beat, I didn't know about, you know, Next.js, a lot of other things. Let's see, did I miss anything else? How hard was it to get into Google? It was not that hard. I mean, the process to get into Google took forever. You had the 2 phone screens, you had your on-sites, you had phone calls to... You have multiple phone calls after all that, which is basically like you got the job, but then you have to find the right team. So you get phone calls from like the different managers and stuff, asking if you want to work on their team. So it was like, do you want to work on Android Studio? Do you want to work on performance? I went with a team that was based on performance because the manager was just so good. Like, awesome. He was like this reverse engineering kind of person who knew about my background doing like hacking kind of stuff and was cool with it. And I thought it was awesome, and he was a joy to work with. How many years was I at Google? 3.5. I think it was slightly over 3.5, like maybe 3 years and 7 months or something. I don't remember. What's my background? Well, you got the arrow board over here, and tennis over here. So it's just like, you know, the place I live. But if you mean my background as far as like coding, well, about 12 years, and just all over the place. I've done so much code. Don't forget the door? Yeah. Pretty much, beef. Pretty much. Let's go ahead and dynamite. Fix bug with ghost. Dead players. How old was I when I joined Google? I'm not sure. Maybe 25-ish? 24, 25? Probably 25-ish. Is there ageism? I mean, there are Greyglers. Old enough. I guess I probably should have replied with that one, huh? Alright, and we're done with that. So, lots of bugs fixed today. Tomorrow I might take a break. I'm undecided. And then, over the weekends, we get to do the fun stuff. The side project. I'm looking forward to that. Gray. Grae. They're like Googlers over the age of like 50 or so. The idea being that they have gray hair so that they're Greyglers. Amara Mizo, thank you so much for the prime sub. Thank you very, very, very much. And welcome. Side project. What's a side project? You'll see. It's like a poll voting site. And I think this week, or this weekend, we'll get the functionality out so it actually works. And, well, thanks for being here, Last Chain. Alright, let's go ahead and find someone to raid though, because it's past time and I want to work on the side project. Yeah, this is what I do in my free time, okay? I just work. Do I know rustling? Not yet. But how would I learn? How would I approach it? I'd approach it the same way I approach learning any language, which is have a problem that the language can solve, and slowly, incrementally build up and work on it, and you will learn. Don't bother doing lots of tutorials and stuff. Yeah, I'm still here for, I mean, like, we're looking for someone to raid now. Let's see. Oh, your way of learning is cry sub, roll on the floor? You do that first, you know. It helps you loosen up. We're not, come on, no. Cat, we're not, no. Come on, I can't do that to everyone. I'm sure, like, 90% of the chat would not want that. Okay, we've got CM Griffing. Who else do we have on here? Girl with box, we could do that. Yeah, sure. So, Symphonia, I haven't read through an entire programming book except for maybe effective Java, but I already knew Java at that point. I strongly recommend you just jump into a project, you learn the bare minimum to get you going, and you just learn as you make new things. It's going to really help reinforce the learning. Don't just blindly stick there and go through tutorial after tutorial. It's not really going to help you learn. I mean, even now, I'll watch a video or something and it will start explaining stuff, and if I don't stop and actually implement something, I forget it. You're not going to remember unless you actually do. So make sure you actually work on projects. Alright. See you later. Bye bye. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.